Hmm. I think it's weird for the people that just have this tab left open. Like, think they're wondering where this noise is coming from. Hello? Hey, no, I'm over here. No, this tab. No, no, you clicked the wrong tab. Nope, nope, no, 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 no. Hey, come back. Yep. Yep. Oh, yeah. See, now you found me. There you go. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, stream's live again. Thought I'd let you know. And oh no, no, you're in a meeting. No, don't click out the top. Oh, they're gone. Oh well. Okay. Well, yeah, screw them in their meeting. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna have our own meeting with blackjack and rockets. Yeah, yeah. Howdy, sir. What's up? What up? How was your weekend? Not to destroy your schedule, but Hearts of Iron in a week from. Oh. You want to know how my weekend went? It went about this good. Ready? Yeah. Yeah. Went about that good, man. Yeah, it was fun, dude. Fun. It was fun wedding. We pressed space multiple times. And Jim, I now have a brother, which is pretty cool. Never had one of those before. Was that a thunderstorm? Uh No, not exactly. But somebody did bring the thunder, which was pretty neat. Pretty freaking neat. Managed to skip COVID for 2 years now until today. Yeah. You lasted longer than me, Chief. I only made it till last June. Was that 6 engines? 7 engines, from what I understand. Bruh moment. Oh, what's this guy saying? FinLaunch just announced today that it's closed the $71 million Series B funding round. The company says it's on target to place satellites into orbit by 2026. What? No symptoms for you yet, but your wife's just like you were. Oh, Chief, yeah, you're gonna feel it. You're gonna feel it in a couple of days. It's not gonna be fun. But it's only for like 2 to 3 days. Then you're good. $71 million down the drain. I think spin launch could do it, man. There's no practical physics that say that can't be done. And some people with a lot of money, more money than us, seem to think that it's possible. All right. Anyway, so check this out. I want to show you guys something. Here. We're going to play cities today. I was watching the news this morning, and Boston, the city, is doing a project for the train station. Unlike a lot of American cities, this will come as a shock to the European folks. We have big train stations here. There's one right there, South Station. It's not the biggest, but it's pretty large for us. Yes, that does work. And then there's North Station over here. It's pretty cool because there's a hockey rink and a basketball court on top of North Station, which is that's pretty cool. And also a skyscraper, a couple of skyscrapers. Right? That's pretty cool. Right? That's pretty neat. There's the big dig. Right? Are they going to connect them? I wish. They've been talking about connecting them directly with a subway for a long time, but no. What they are going to do is, well, North Station already has skyscrapers built on top of it. So South Station needs to have skyscrapers built on top of it. And that's what they're going to do. They're straight up building a bus depot and a skyscraper on top of this train station. And it's going to look like... That's sneaky. Let me get the link. It's going to look like that. Oh, yeah. So I was watching this on the news this morning. I was watching it on the local news this morning, and I'm like, well, that settles that. Guess I'm playing cities today. Yeah, they're building it around the old building, which is pretty cool. And I'm like, I saw it. I'm like, well, guess I'm playing cities today. I guess we're doing that. You got a link to that? Sure, man. You're not a fan of the juxtaposition? Dude, I like it. I could see why people wouldn't like it, but I love the old station with the tower built on top of it. That's really freaking cool, man. Oh, that's pretty sick, dude. Yeah. South Station is this beautiful brownstone building. It's really, really pretty. Really pretty station. I wanted Hester Blend. You can play Hester Blend later. We have Hester Blend at home. Hester Blend at home. Yeah, they do that. If you don't like juxtaposition, you probably won't like the architecture in Boston around here because there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that going on. There's a lot of really old buildings with skyscrapers right next to them. I'm sure some folks in Europe know exactly what I'm talking about. You have like old, you have the, that's Faneuil Hall. And then you have the State Street Pavilion right next to it. It's very interesting juxtaposition right there. Juxtaposition is like two things that are not alike next to each other. It's kind of like a duality, I guess, or dichotomies, something like that. I know that from Fallout 4. Yeah. Faneuil Hall in Quincy Market is in Fallout 4. And then you have this toilet bowl of a freaking building right there that looks like it was designed by a guy that only knew how to use a ruler. Yeah, that's nice. And, you go over here, right? You go over here to Beacon Hill, and it looks like freaking Kensington over here. Is that a prison? It's our city hall. It's the city hall, actually. Oh. Yeah, strange, huh? I know about Soldier Field. Zeros. Soldier Field is cool, man. Yeah, same idea. They didn't want to move Soldier Field, so they just built a new football stadium on top of an old football stadium, which is really, really cool. Look. See? You think I'm kidding? They literally built a new football stadium on top of the old football stadium in Chicago. Because the old stadium is this really cool neoclassical architecture, right? You could see the old stands, and they literally just built another one. They built one on top of another because they didn't want to demolish the building. It's awesome neoclassical, Chief. Look, very, very, very classical architecture. I love classical architecture. It's my favorite. So they kept the old architecture because it's really cool, and they built a really nice stadium on top of it. That's where the Bears play. You like Art Deco more? Art Deco's good. Art Deco is kind of sprang from classical, to be honest. Chicago's a freaking beast, man. That is a beast of a city. But yeah, I saw that project, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm playing cities today. Check out Willis Tower. Get out. Dude, I'm not even from the Midwest. If you call it the Willis Tower again, I'm going to kick you in the face. It's the Sears Tower. It will always be the Sears Tower. What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis? I heard the Bears are moving out of Chicago. That would be too bad. But yeah, I think that's really cool. Fun facts about South Station. South Station used to go Okay, train guys, listen up. South Station used to go all the way to the Fort Point Channel, so they could offload trains and freight right here. It's now a post office, if you really want to know. Yeah, the train tracks used to go... You can see where the old tracks used to go. They used to go right there. And South Station, believe it or not... screw that post office. Oh, really? That's nice. And the interesting thing is that there was an underground loop. They put a loop line in underneath the train station. It's still there. The subway now. But, yeah. You can see where all the tracks used to be. There used to be a ton of them. Now they're roads. And post offices. Another fun fact, that's the ventilation system right there for the tunnel. Because there's a highway. There's a highway underneath those train tracks. The highway goes right here. It goes underneath the Fort Point Channel. And then it goes right here. Takes a right there. Goes underneath that building. And then pops out right there for a second. And the reason why it pops out there for a second is because this was used as a staging area to build the tunnel. The tunnel goes all the way. It comes out here. And the tunnel is sitting on the floor of the inner harbor right here. It's sitting on the floor. The tunnel's on the sea floor. It's not underground. It's just sitting on the sea floor, which is actually really cool. And then it pops out over here. Have you seen the F1 2023 schedule? I have, actually, yes. So that's a no-drop anchor zone. Well, Jim, Boston Harbor is super deep. Very, 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 very deep. That's why it was a great Navy port for the longest time. It's a really deep water port. Look at how dark that water is. You can always tell how dark water, like how deep water is by the color. The darker it is, the deeper it is. Like take the mash over here. The mash over here. Look at that. That's really shallow water. That's super deep water. Which is actually really freaking cool. But yeah. This whole project was part of the big dig right here. What kind of depth are we talking? Spoon, it's enough to get an aircraft carrier in here. Charlestown Navy Yard guy. Here, let me see if I can show you. Yeah, it's enough. It's enough to get that in there. So that's got to be pretty deep. That's not a small vessel. I don't think it was. Maybe it was dredged back in the day, Chief, but I don't think so. I think it's naturally deep because of glaciers. Glaciers. All the ports in the Northeast are all really deep because of glaciers. Like New York as well. Dude, look at all the hardware in this picture. That's the Wasp right there. There's a dry dock right there. There's Baltimore. CA-132. Yeah, that's a big ship. Look at that heavy cruiser. She's a monster. Yep. CV-18. Yeah, no, it's super freaking deep. Spoon. Yeah, I don't know how deep it is, but it's deep. It's deep enough for you. Want to see something crazy? They used the South Boston Naval Annex as a place to store ships after World War II. Look at that. That's a lot of ships. That's a lot of ships. I like what's going on here. Can I have like one of those or something? Andy, thanks for the raid. You want fries with that? Navy! Yeah, Navy. That's right. Yes. Go Navy. That picture was right here. Taken right here. Looking that way. Yeah. So, I mean, they kind of got rid of all the Navy stuff, which is kind of a shame. The Navy still uses that dry dock, though, because it's a big dry dock. So every once in a while, you get a USNS ship in here that they're refitting, like a roll-on, roll-off ship. And they still use that, and that's about it. I like Navy. I like the Navy the best because, and no offense to Army or the Marine Corps guys or anything like that, or the Air Force guys, but the Navy has the best toys, man. They have the best toys. Like, you can't say that I'm wrong. You can't say that they have the best toys. Like, look, they can carry around a bunch of Marines inside of a big ship, and then they have hovercrafts that come out of the ship. That's amazing. I looked it up. The Boston Harbor drop depth is 40 feet. Spot on. Right on, dude. Don't you wish you would have bought land in the seaport when you moved to Boston? Moved to Boston, Thorin. I've lived here all my life. But yes, I do. Actually, Thorin, fun fact, my uncle, I talked to him about it a little bit more the other day. My uncle moved all the dirt. He had a dirt mover. He had a bunch of dump trucks, and he was a contractor on the Big Dig moving dirt around. True story. You know, the Space Force have the best toys, right? Meh. Meh. Yeah. He moved dirt around. All the dirt that they dug out from the tunnels ended up out here. Uh, Out here. They used it to make a gigantic wastewater plant out here on Deer Island. I mean, you could see that most of that has been reclaimed. Like, see, anything where these, like, fun little footpaths are, that's all reclaimed land. And that sounds like a dirty job. Got paid. See, Spectacle? Spectacle is a landfill. Yeah. 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 Yeah, Spectacle Island is a landfill. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, moving on. But yeah, I saw that project about the station today and how they're going to build a skyscraper right here. And I'm like, you know what? I want to play cities. So that's what we're going to do. I built a fortress on Spectacle Island in Fallout 4. Really? Are you sure it wasn't Monster Fish Island? Or fish? Or monsters? Or monster fish? Yeah, I know. I noticed that you know that says island. It was an island. Does that help? It was. I forget if Florida has a Navy base. Florida does have a Navy base. Florida absolutely has a Navy base. There's one in Jacksonville, and there's another one that's, you might know. Right there. The East Basin. That's a Navy base. And then all this stuff down here, that's a Navy base. It's actually the biggest buildable settlement. Lots of building space for in Fallout. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Isn't there one in Tampa? They're all over the place, Spoon. There's a big one in Jacksonville. I know that. I don't know. I forget exactly where it is, though. Oh. Yep, no, I found it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's right in this area right here. You see that spot where it says Jacksonville Naval Air Station? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's there. Pretty sure. That's a boomer base? It is a boomer base, Lunprod. That's right. Yeah. Okay, boomer. The Navy is also out here, if I'm remembering correctly. Yep, I am remembering correctly. Yeah, that's cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Are those golf courses next to them? Most military bases, Triggetti, have golf courses on them. Yes. Yeah, most military bases have those. Oh, wait, really? Yeah. Why? Something to do. Something to do? Yeah. That tracks. Yeah, yeah. Literally something to do. Like, most military bases are basically a small town, basically. Ha ha ha. Basically a small town. Like, here, I'll give you another example. We go over to Edwards. I've been there. There's like it's the whole base is a town. Like, there's a whole town attached to it, and the town has schools, it has a supermarket, it has pretty much everything. Uh, and yeah, Edwards has a golf course. See? Ugh. Golf course seems a little dry. Yep. There's parks. There's, baseball. There's a bunch of baseball diamonds there. There's campgrounds. There's a bunch of stuff. Well, you can see there was base housing there at one point, and they built that. And there was base housing there. Have you seen this yet? Oh no. Update 6 is out. Grass likes grass.
Somebody said,
Hey, Exo.
somebody said,
Hey, Exo. Everything's good, man. Okay, that's what we're gonna play tomorrow. All right. That's interdasting, isn't it? Is this the GTA 6 leak video? GTA 6 leak video? I don't know what you're talking about. Look, fellas. Forget 1,000 things every day. Make sure that that's one of them, okay? I have no quarrel with you, good Sir Knight, but I must cross this bridge. I move for no man. I didn't watch it, Spoon. I'll be honest with you. Oh, network multi-tool. I didn't watch it, guys. I don't want to watch it. Don't link it in here. I don't want nothing to do with it. Not interested. Peddle your wares somewhere else, burn boy. And for the record, the time sucked. Alright, so we were working on our new intersection that I severely fricked up over the weekend, or before the weekend started, so that's good. Honestly, it looks the same level as the Cyberpunk release. Oh. I mean, okay, all right. Full disclosure, I did see a little bit of it. It looks like debug footage, guys, but I don't want nothing to do with that, man. I don't want nothing to do with it. Look, I'm not gonna sit here and say that seeing any footage is cool, but that somebody really, really like that's messed up. It's messed up even to do like somebody really like hacked like straight up into Rockstar and got some test footage. It's messed up. It's messed up. The way that it was obtained is totally screwed up. This wasn't a leak like, oh, somebody willingly released stuff. Some guy went in and invaded their privacy and stuff, that's really messed up. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Yeah, look, if somebody leaked it, somebody leaked the dang thing, that's fine. But this was a major, major breach of privacy. I don't like that. Even if it is a corporation, even if it is Rockstar, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's no good. Anyway. Yeah, Josh, screw them. I saw this in Nevada, even I was confused. Yeah, no, I looked at it. That's Sneaky. I haven't designed this stuff in a while. Give me a break. Okay. It's okay, as a Scottish-based developer, yeah, the Housers. Hey, Tessa, I got the damn Housers. Yeah, that's how we're going to go after them. That's right. He's just going to go after them, innit? He's going to go right after them. Oh, those guys are royally screwed. I can't do the Scottish accent completely right because honestly, there's not enough freaking cursing. You're Irish, midget. Got him. Nice interchange. Shame if it was wrong. Serious? I dare you for one stream, you say nothing but constructive things. I am Irish, dumbass. Ah, midget, that was the right amount of swearing, man. That was the right amount of swearing, mate. Wasn't it? Yeah, right. You're darn right it was. Your best, Tessa. Losers whine about their best. Winners go home and get the prom queen. You probably have better luck with beer. Yeah. Hey, I'm sorry. You can't speak actual Scottish. You can't even speak actual Irish because there's not enough swearing. Not enough swearing. Yeah, Hibbit, name one thing you're gonna need a stupid rope for. Actually, Hibbit, every time I go into a hardware store and we go past the rope section, I always say that, no matter who I'm with. Some people get it, some people don't. I use the American PG swears because you know. Check out his ears. As a fellow Irishman, this accent offends me deeply. But Irish people don't get offended. Actually, from what I've seen, if Irish people, historically, if Irish people start taking crap from somebody, they just say deuces and bail. Isn't that right, Rambo? One and done. Once you lost the trust, frick you, I'm gone. I don't want to talk to you anymore. That's what I've noticed. There is Irish people around here. We got people off the boat. Trust me, I bought my house from one. Tell me one thing you're gonna need a stupid rope for. Anyway, I will work on the accents. We will get them right. Let's build this interchange out. So. Yeah, midget, there's that. I was going a little further back historically. I.e., the ground ain't growing, so we're leaving. But yeah, no. They, midget. Yeah, I'd say you guys saw that one through, and good on you. Good on you. Yeah, saw that one through. Ah, yes, the Irish goodbye. That's right. All right, boys. Anyway. So, I connected the two wrong ways here. Then you collaborated with the Italians. Yeah, that did happen, didn't it? We built this. We built this, mother. We built this. It was you guys, it was us, and it was the Chinese. We built this, mother. This is art. We built this thing. The bridges, the skyscrapers, the trains. Boom. It was all us. That was all us, baby. You know your history. Hell yeah. My grandparents did, yeah. My grandparents did. I built it. I build in here. I build this. I build the virtual stuff. All right, let's go, dudes. So I connected all these roads in very wrong. The Germans built Texas, right? And Pennsylvania, Tom. More Pennsylvania. Yeah. Shame, Tessa. Yeah, Exo, that's me. I'm from Galway, Dad from Dublin. Midget, actually, fellas, the guys, I could probably say this now, just so people don't. I didn't want to say this at the time, but we're more than a month out. The guy that bought it moved back to Ireland. He moved back to Ireland to be with his folks, and trust me, those people are good people. But I didn't want to say that at the time. He had to move back to be with family, dude. They moved to, I think it was south. I gotta look at a map. Hold on. They moved over here. Over here somewhere. I'm not gonna say where. They moved over here to be back with their family. They were Irish. They were from Ireland. They had the accents and everything. It's really cool. Really cool dude. Yeah, down here. No, sneaky. They're good. They're good people. They're good people. Dude, I grew up with Irish people. And I'm not talking like, oh, kiss me, I'm Irish. Ha ha ha. Like people off the boat. Like people from Ireland. That's why I like meat and potatoes so much, I'm convinced. And I do. It's freaking delicious. Give me a damn shepherd's pie. I can eat that in a Guinness. You know, Guinness is my favorite beer. How the heck did this happen? Don't know. Yeah. Do work, man. Alright. Anyway. How are we going to do this? That's correct, Hibbit. Now I'm hungry. Tessa, believe me, I know. You don't need to tell me that. Why are interchanges a thing? Mm. Okay. Your last trip to Dublin. Alright. So I connected the 2 elevated roads and then connected the 2 ground roads because I'm a moron. My favorite Family Guy is still this one. I'd like 1,000 chicken fajitas. Alright, so how are we going to do this? We might need to split the roads here. I gotta remember. Captain.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And I'm going to use the move it tool here. So we're working on building a new bridge into the city because the old one sucks. I've decided that the old one sucks, and yeah, I don't want it. This is the one that came with the game. That bridge sucks. This bridge is Chad tier. Look at that. Isn't that a nice bridge? We use the move it tool, kind of make that look all fine and dandy. I'm working on it, Snecky. I'm working on it, pal. Yeah, all right. Let's make sure this is all going in the right direction. Yeah. There we go. What do you think about satisfactory server? About a satisfactory server? What a shot by Happy Gilmore.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like what I just did. So, some of these roads need to change a little bit because that one needs to connect to that one, and that one needs to connect to that one. So... And then that needs to... Oh, boy. Kyron, speed limit 55? No way. Let's make it 70. Alright. Will wider roads fit later on? Yep. Yep. Oh. We had a little bit of electrical problems over there. $70, make it $100. All right, so what the hell? Okay. Okay. It's because the terrain underneath it wasn't elevated to the right height, Sneaky. Neutron update at Intrepid. Dude, there's so much space news, it is kind of ridiculous, actually. Let's design the elevated roads. So, do this. I might have to remake some of this. That's what we'll do. Okay, so let's go here like this, and that ramp looks good, but we need to slope it correctly. Let's go over here, and we get the slope tool out. There we go. The ESA stuff alone is probably 2 hours. I gotta change that up a little bit. There we go. Holding left alt will help snap it into the right position. There we go. Now the ramp's double over, and it looks not as bad as it did. Yeah, Susie is really cool, Bouncy. I don't want to go make it in KSP. You know, Valk, I'm not gonna lie. Something like Susie would look really good at the top of the MLV. Just saying. Did you see the new 4090? No. Something like that would look pretty good. Finish the garage and shop. No KSP till it's done. Ugh. Nazi, you're killing me. You're killing me, man. What do you want me to do? Oh. I don't know what you want me to do with this, dude. No, I know. If I open KSP first, the stupid thing's never gonna get the shut up. Oh, I know. But also, that is easy, man. Did you see what NVIDIA is pulling with the 4070? They're pretending like they didn't make one and calling it the 4080 12 gigabytes despite having a whole tier less cores than the... Guys, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. To be honest with you. Sorry. Wish I could contribute more to this conversation, but... Man.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Chuck, oh hey, new button. Yo, wait a minute. Hey Chuck, I got a question. Can you do VR and Beam? Thank you. 12 month. You can via a mod. All right. Let me show you. Let me show you why. No. Don't find the mod just yet. Here, look. Yeah. So check this out. Ready? Look. Oh, your boy got the adjusters working. Is that a Supra seat? Yes, it is. So I need to put this all to the test somehow, and it's not Friday, so I was thinking some beam action coupled with the COVID pre-release that just came out might be a good idea. Time to swap over to direct drive wheels. Oh, I have a Fanatec DD2 coming, by the way. Yeah. I got it for a pretty good price. We could do that, Alex, yeah. Brown. Can you switch it for a flight configuration? Maybe. Yeah, Hondo. A list of mods? Sure. It's very short nowadays. I had to shorten it because with the new DLC, it didn't like it. Here you go. First-person camera, network anarchy, intersection making tool, multi-tool, purchase it, harmony, loading screen, and move it. That's it. These are the big ones that I use the most, the ones you see on the screen there. Yeah, all good. It's like 7 mods. We slimmed it down a little bit. All good, dude. No problem.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Where's the element landfill and dumpster fire in the city? Because that's where my house is. What? So there's a tool and multi-tool you may like. Yes? I didn't like that. Yeah, Loopy, it broke a mod, couldn't load any of the cities, and then I figured out I had 953 dependencies. Yeah, the mod list grew a little big without your boy really realizing it. Not ideal. Today, Junior? The B-21 is not a Dark Star illness. It's, magic. Whole lot of magic. That'll work. There's literally a mod for the loading screen. It's just the loading screen mod is basically showing you what yeah, it's basically showing you what the game is doing. Like having the console open, basically. You think it optimizes the load order? That sounds right. Yes, Darius, I am. Yeah. Yes, that's what we're doing. Damn it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Waz, what's going on? Looking forward to Artemis cryo testing tomorrow. Yep. 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 Likes, you're going to be in Boston for a day next week. Any recommendations on what to check out? Okay, Likes, I know you. I'll be honest with you. Do you want, like, typical tourist destinations, or do you want the stuff that I would find cool? You know? You know what I'm saying? Like, you picking up what I'm laying down? Like, I have to ask, you want the tourist destinations, or do you want, like, cool infrastructure? Because do you watch Matt Shearer WBZ's videos? I actually do, Loopy. Which is strange that you would ask that. Yeah, Brimo watches it and she shows them to me. The stuff you'd like, tourist destinations, should be easier to find them. Okay. So honestly, seeing this behemoth of an elevated road is something I think you would appreciate. This is the 9390 interchange with the station underneath it, with South Station underneath it. That's just cool to see. Yeah. I'm driving up to Massachusetts on Saturday. Need anything from Charlotte? Car parts? He's been going viral lately, and I've been seeing them, and they're great. Loopy, did you see the one, Did you see the one where he interviews the guy that likes to ride the subway trains around and then post it on TikTok? TikTok? That's what it's called. Jed? Yeah, Brimo watches that guy. That guy's funny. He basically tries to go everywhere in the city via train only. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So, like, seeing this behemoth of an interchange is actually really cool. You want to get a good view of it, go down Molina Cass. So find a way to get to this road, and then actually, you got to go down a little bit further. You want to get on the approach right here. Not this. But get on the approach right here. This road. That's the road that takes you, that's the exit ramp for 90. It's really cool because it goes right by a train wash, which is not something you see every day. I still purposely drive down this road sometimes to see the train wash because it's a train wash, which is That's cool. You see that? There's a whole Amtrak service facility over here because it's the end of the Northeast Corridor. This is where the Acela stops and stuff, so there's a huge maintenance facility right here. Yeah. See, that's what I mean about tourist. Do you want the tourist destinations or you want cool stuff like that? It's a freaking train wash. Okay? And then you got a really awesome approach because this road is the highest one. It's higher than all the other roads. So you can see like the end of the Fort Point. You can see the Red Line staging area right there. The commuter rail entrance right there. The Northeast Corridor terminus right there. These lines go to New York City right there. And those lines go to Albany. And then on to Buffalo. And then after that, they go to Erie, Pennsylvania. And then I think they go to Toledo after that. This approach is so cool. It looks like something out of Cyberpunk because you're driving up here and all you can see is the skyline of the city. Here, I'll show you. And the pictures won't do it justice, dude, but... I drove up this road yesterday when I was driving Primo's parents to the airport. Yeah, it's a really awesome picture. So that's something I think you would probably appreciate. In terms of touristy stuff, there's Quincy Market and Faneuil Hall. That's pretty cool. There's the aquarium, which is right there. New England Aquarium is actually pretty good. There's a lot of cool fish in there. Not just fish, I know. The North End, Hanover Street, right there. Best Italian eats in the city on that road, Hanover Street. And then, yeah, you go a little bit more north. You have the USS Constitution and the Charlestown Navy Yard Museum with the Cass and Young on it. So there's a Fletcher-class destroyer, one of 4 left in the world out of the thousands of those that they made. 3 of them in the U.S. and 1 is in Greece. And then there's the oldest commissioned naval ship in the world, the USS Constitution, which is awesome. That's really freaking cool. That's a big touristy one. And then there's the Bunker Hill Monument, which the Washington Monument is a copy of it, believe it or not. And then, if you want to see where the Revolutionary War started, you basically follow Route 1 out here to Concord and Lexington.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Right there. Right there is the bridge where the Revolutionary War started. This is the first battle of the Revolutionary War was right here. And that literally started the, the start of the United States right here. That's kind of cool. Yeah, and then Paul Revere basically rode on what would be Route 1, which is, or no, I forget if it's Route 2. It's this road right here. They built a highway on it now. It's funny because the highway stops at Alewife. And then there's that intersection instead. Yep, 1 if I land. 1 if I land, 2 if I see is the Old North Church, guys. That's on Hanover, well, up Hanover Street in the North End. They use the church lights to say where the British were gonna be attacking from. 1 if I land, 2 if I see. And yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, that's enough stuff to keep you occupied for a whole day. Actually longer than a day. And then there's Fenway Park over here. It's cool to see it. I mean, you probably go see the Red Sox right now, but they suck, so I don't know. Where do you go if you want to throw the tea in the harbor? The site of the Boston Tea Party is at the end of the 4-Point Channel, right here. Great Green Jewel. And there's actually a restaurant that you can go to where you walk out and you throw tea into the Fort Point Channel. Yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of stuff to do. Plenty of cool things to see. But the infrastructure is what makes me happy. Yeah, there's Castle Island. Castle Island's a pretty cool walk. Castle Island's at the end of South Boston here. You go down Broadway in South Boston, you go over here to Castle Island. You can walk around, and it's a pretty good spot for scoping the airport. And then you can, like, walk around here. This whole thing, there's a jetty that goes out there, and you can walk. It's a great spot to plane spot, actually. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. The whole seaport, there's plenty of stuff to do in here nowadays. I could be wrong, but that's no island. It was. This is all reclaimed land. And then, is there other things? I mean, there's some other things. Down here in Quincy, there's the old Four Rivers Shipyard, and the only heavy cruiser left in existence right there, the USS Salem, which is a Des Moines class. That's a museum ship right there. Not in really good condition. Kind of sucks, but yeah, that's the only heavy cruiser left in existence. It's the Des Moines class is based off of the Baltimore. That ship was built right here. It was built at the old Four Rivers Shipyard, which is not a thing anymore because we decided we didn't want to do that anymore. Can you go on it?
Discovery,
Yeah.
go at throttle up.
And then, like, if you really have some time, go down 93 South, which you're gonna get stuck in traffic, but go down 93 South, go down here, and then go down 24, and take 24 down to Fall River. Fall River has a big museum ship. This is a South Dakota class battleship, the USS Massachusetts. That was also made in Quincy. It's got 16-inch Cal 45 Mark 6 guns, so it's a step down from the Iowa. This was like Iowa Light. It's a little mini version of an Iowa class battleship. They made them right before it, but it has the same, pretty much the same amount of guns. Look at the starboard battery right here. We have 5-inch Cal 38 Mark 38. Bofors emplacements everywhere, and then 16-inch Cal 45 Mark 6, which is just a slightly smaller barreled version of the 16s that are on the Iowa. The photogrammetry didn't really work too well. I went to the sister ship, the Alabama. Go, it's totally worth it. Yep. Bofors is a French gun. It's a 40 millimeter gun emplacement. It's not French, I don't think. And then there's also, so check this out. This is a really, really awesome museum. It's one of the best Navy museums around because you have a battleship, a real 16-inch gun battery battleship, like an old school cannon battleship. And then you have a gearing. You have the Joseph P. Kennedy. This is a gearing class destroyer that was modified, so it's been Cold War spec'd out. So it still has its double barrel 5-inch gun batteries fore and aft, but it has missile emplacements instead. And then there's a I think it's a Balao class World War II submarine right there. I forget what the name of that thing is. I think it's like the Starfish or the Swordfish or something. And then like there's this. It is a East German frigate called the Hidden Sea. It's a Russian frigate, Soviet era frigate, which is very strange. I don't know how the heck that got there, but it's there. And then inside of the museum over here, there's PT boats, there's planes, there's a bunch of cool stuff. So yeah, that's a bunch of touristy stuff to do. Is there a comparison between this and the Iowa? The Iowa is just a slightly longer ship. The Iowa would be about this long. That's almost as big as an Iowa. Actually, South Dakota is the last true battleship. The Iowa is a fast battleship. The difference is the armor levels. Montana class, which was never built, was the follow-up to the South Dakota. Interesting. Didn't know that. Neat. Yeah, there's all kinds of cool stuff to do, man. Massachusetts has tons of things to do. There's so much to do, which is really cool. Yeah, they dry docked the, Loopy, they dry docked the Texas. Yeah, there's plenty of stuff to do. In terms of infrastructure, there's all kinds of cool things around Boston to see. Yeah, the Big Dig is worth the price of admission if you like stuff like that. And I do. I like driving through the tunnels. Sometimes I do it for fun. Yeah, that's not weird, I know. Yeah, okay, it's a little weird, I get it. But yeah, sometimes late at night, guys, I just get in my car and go drive. I haven't done it lately because I don't live in Boston anymore, but when I lived right here, I would go drive around. I'm down here now. So, a little ways away. There's also Plymouth if you like seeing a rock that's inside of a little mini Lincoln Memorial. That's kind of cool if you appreciate the history and stuff. Plymouth, US is just as bad as the original in the UK. It's literally just a rock, but it's the rock where the founding father, or not the founding fathers, excuse me. It's the rock where the Pilgrims landed. Pilgrims landed right in this bay, right here, in, what is it, 1634, I want to say? I forget. Yeah. That's one of the first successful settlements on continental North America by European settlers. There were already people here. I understand that. We don't need to get into that. The other one being Jamestown, Virginia. Yeah, and then they have the Mayflower 2 over here, which is a recreation of the Mayflower. Quebec 1608? Yeah, you don't count. Yeah, I mean, once again, it's literally just a rock. It is a rock that says 1630 on it or something. That's it. Like, if you're into it and you want to learn about the history, it's actually super interesting. And Plymouth's actually pretty cool. There's a lot of good stuff, cool stuff to do, like on the main drags right there. Actually, you know, when I went, I learned about this. The Pilgrims didn't find Plymouth first. But the reason why they went to Plymouth, right? The reason why they went to Plymouth is because it's a covered harbor. It has these sandbars. So they wanted something covered. But that's not the first place that they went to, believe it or not. When they came in, they sailed up and found the coast here by, you know, I know British people are going to be like, huh? By Truro? Yeah, Truro is near Plymouth. I know. Funny how that works. It's not called New England for no reason. They landed by Truro, and they actually went down. They went south, down the coast of Massachusetts. And, yeah, I know. Look at the names. I know. Chatham, Harwich, Truro, Yarmouth, Hyannis. Yeah, yeah, they're all the same. I know, because it's founded by the same people. They went actually down here. The Pilgrims went down here and found the end of the sandbar. And they're like, okay. So they actually turned around after that. This is the Mayflower. And they went up here and they found Provincetown. The Pilgrims actually stayed here for a couple of days. They stayed in this cove right here. But Provincetown was not good because it had no potable water. They couldn't find any potable water. There are some lakes right there and stuff, but it's all salt. It's all salt water because, it's not all salt water. I'm sure those lakes are probably fresh water, but they didn't find them. So they sailed down this coast this way. And they went over here and they found Plymouth, right? And the reason why they settled in Plymouth is because it's a covered harbor and it has potable water. There's a stream. That's why they settled right there, because there's a stream. There's a river that flowed into the ocean, and they wanted potable water. So they used the river for potable water. That's why Plymouth is where it is. Can't you make potable water? In 1630, I don't think they knew how to do that. So they had to find it. So they found it. They found a stream. And that's why the Plymouth Bay Colony was founded right here. Like, once again, when I go to museums and when I go to historical sites, dudes, I like asking those questions. Why did they settle here? Why didn't they settle in Boston? Why didn't they find Boston? Why didn't they go further up the river? No, they needed drinking water. Gotta have drinking water. I don't think they realized that you could boil salt water and make it into fresh water. I don't think they realized that. I don't think they understood that at the time. So Plymouth is literally the first ever town in the U.S. It's not the first town in the U.S., Flykin. It's one of the first. Jamestown, Virginia, and then Quebec. But in North America, you'll never guess. You want to know where the oldest
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The oldest villages are? They ain't in New England. They're actually over here. Santa Fe, believe it or not, one of the oldest towns in North America. Yeah, you wouldn't guess, but it is. Yep, Spanish missionaries were coming here in the 1500s. Yeah. In fact, Spanish missionaries moved all the way up California. Like, all up in here. The Spanish missionaries were coming up the Rio Grande Valley in the 1400s, dude. Santa Fe. It's one of the oldest cities. It's one of the oldest cities in North America. Older than Jamestown, and it's older than Plymouth. Yeah. Not a lot of people know that. I agree, Synerd. Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah, guys, once again, I'm talking about European settlers. The North American continent has had people on it since the age of the Vikings. Since the Ice Age. Like, there's been people here for a long time. Yeah, long time. I'm not sure, Spoon. Yeah, the Vikings go back to like 900 AD or something, going to North America because I think it's because no, it's not land bridges. The Vikings sailed over here. There's evidence of it. How could they possibly not figure out how to make potable water? That doesn't make sense. It's not rocket science. Okay. All right. All right. All right, JSDN. You're here. You can't drink salt water. Salt water will kill you. How do you make potable water then? How do you do it? You don't have a river. How do you do it? Let's hear it. I'm actually asking. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Do you know how to do that? I'm not trying to be a jerk. Think about it for a second. Okay. How do you make sure the water is clean? How do you make sure it's not distilled, but how do you make sure it's clean? Think about it, dude. I'm Googling so hard right now. Oh, come on, man. You know this. You simply boil the water and filter out the salt. Okay, simply. All right, how do you boil it? How do you boil it? How do you filter out all the salt once you boil it? Does it just evaporate off? Salt? No, if you boil it and you separate the salt, salt doesn't turn to gas. See what I'm saying? How do you filter the salt out? What do you make the filter out of? See what I mean?
Discovery, go at throttle.
It ain't that simple, dude. It's not that simple. And you guys, you gotta remember, guys, JSD, you gotta remember, these guys didn't have anything. They had nothing. They had the shirt on their backs and maybe a little bit of firewood, and that's about it. Literally playing Minecraft in real life. What do you boil it in? Yeah, exactly. You got a metal pot? Hopefully you do. How you gonna make a stove? Gonna make a campfire? All right, how do you do that? You need an axe. Hopefully you brought one with you. If not, making metal's really gonna suck. About 30 to 40 people, Laz. Yeah. Each one of these people needs, 3 liters a day per person. That's a lot of water boiling. See how complicated this gets? It gets complicated real fast. That's the next survival game I want. What, primitive technology? Play Icarus, Bar. Icarus is like that. Yeah, Tessa. The thing is, maybe they knew to boil it, but it takes a lot of time and energy. It's better to just find a stream, dude. That was smart. And that's what, once again, that's why the Pilgrims settled in Plymouth. Because there's potable water. That's why they didn't settle in Chatham or Truro or Provincetown. They stopped in Provincetown and they stopped in Chatham on the sandbars. But there's no potable water here. This is all salt water. There might be some inland here, but that's just a lake. It's not flowing water, understand? Standing water can hold contaminants and bacteria and stuff. Now, I don't know if they knew that, to be 100% honest with you, but they knew that a river would give you some nice clean water, and that's why they settled there. And it's a covered harbor, so you'd be protected from the storms. How long did it take them to get a smelter going? Well, they actually, to be honest with you, Hellfish, they brought cauldrons and stuff from the UK. They brought them from there. They brought a bunch of stuff. They brought a printing press, if I remember correctly, so they could print more Bibles. Thanks for the lesson, man. I didn't know any of this as a non-American. It's very interesting. That's what I do here, man. We don't just play games. I try to teach people about history. It's really cool. Really interesting stuff. But we got to get back into bridge building. Hey, Vulcan, what's going on? Yeah, man, it's good stuff. Like, once again, when you go to Plymouth, a lot of people just go and they see the rock and they're like, all right, it's a rock. But there's a reason why they settled there and stuff. And when I went to Plymouth, which is actually not far from me anymore, when I went to Plymouth, I took Brimo there a couple of years ago because she wanted to see it, and she's like, it's just a rock. And I said, no. And I started talking to the docent. And the docent started talking about all this, how they settled here, and then they settled here. They wanted to find potable water, and they needed to, this was a covered cove, and that was really good, so the ship wouldn't get battered in the wintertime. Smart. That's really smart. That's the kind of stuff I'm interested in. They're literally playing Minecraft in real life. It's literally Minecraft. That's really freaking cool. Can you imagine being the first people, not the first people, you get what I'm trying to say, be the first European settlers to see this? You know the itch that you get when you're exploring in Minecraft and you see new terrain? Can you imagine what that's actually like in real life? That was probably amazing. Holy crap, we actually found land. Oh my goodness. You know, like, we went to the other side of the ocean biome, man. Have you tried a diverging diamond? They work in cities, yep. Why is that rock specifically important? They just chose to commemorate it? It's just, yeah, it's the cornerstone for the town, yep. And then, if you really want to know, I'm going to talk and build. If you really want to know more, during the American Revolution, the Sons of Liberty moved the rock into central Plymouth. They moved the rock uptown. There's a hill here. Plymouth is actually on the side of a hill. They took the rock and they moved it into the center of town, the Sons of Liberty, and they used it as a tool to recruit. Revolutionaries. True story. Yeah, so in the late 1700s, they had the rock up here in the town center. And then they moved it back after the Revolutionary War. Pretty cool stuff, man. I think that's really neat. That's really interesting history right there. Stupid question. Why are they called Minutemen? Because it took 1 minute to reload a musket? That's correct. At least I'm pretty sure. That sounds right to me. There's a history buff. You love it. It's cool, man. It's really interesting history. I think that stuff's so important to understand. Like, it's just little... that explaining it like that and explaining that they needed to find a damn river, it was really important, is something that kind of puts a human element to it. Everybody understands that they need water, you know? That was like one of the best things that the docent actually showed me. You know, because that's... you need water. It doesn't matter if it's 500 years ago. You still need water. That's really, really, really important. Okay, Sneaky. Yeah, of course, yeah. I'm getting rid of this highway eventually, Panta. I'm replacing it with this new highway here. Yeah, but then I'm glad you like it. It's good stuff, man. Sneaky, I like the regular move it tool slope, but I really should probably use the... Probably should figure out how to use that dang network interchange, huh? There's no undo for multi-tool? Yeah. So if you had to redesign Boston's road infrastructure, what would I do? Oh. Oh boy. The big problem with Boston's road infrastructure, T-Man, is that there's no inner beltway. So if we flip on the roads here... Okay. Just look at it. Just sit here and look at the roads. What do you see? You see a lot of roads that just kind of end. Like that one. Like that one. See that? Route 3 right there. Yeah, Route 3 just stops. Route 2 stops in Alewife. 95 stops right there. See what I mean? Cowpaths, yeah. So, Route 1 does go all the way in. So does Route 9. Route 9 went through my neighborhood back when I lived with my folks and when I lived in Newton. But you see there's roads that just kind of are very incoherent. Now, the north side of Boston is not too bad. The big problem on the north side is that Route 2 stops at Alewife Station next to the Red Line. It stops. And then, Tessa, you said that there's a destruction... It looks like there's a destruction derby there. Yes, of course. Also, there's an outlet from the train station that feeds into that intersection. Frick that intersection. Yeah, frick that. That intersection blows. It's terrible. We do have roundabouts over here. For some people want to know. The funny thing is that we have roundabouts and no one knows how to use them. So. Okay, so the first thing that needs to be done is... You know, there's Route 2, there's Route 3, there's Route 1, there's Route 9. The big thing, and this they planned on doing this, the big thing is that Boston needs an inner beltway. Right now, you have two roads, 90, the two big roads, 90 and 93. And that's it. Those are the two big highways. There's no other super highways that go into Boston. That is a problem. Now, this is what they wanted to do. Boston was supposed to have 3 beltways, just like any other city. There's an inner beltway, there's an outer beltway, there's an inner beltway, there's a middle beltway, and there's an outer beltway. 495 right here is the outer beltway. 495 works pretty well. Anybody that lives in Central Mass, though, knows that no one knows how to drive on this road for some weird reason. I don't know why. When people get on 495, they drive intentionally like garbage. I have no idea why that happens. It's very strange. Very strange behavior. And then there's the inner beltway. And 495 is fine. That was built as intended. The mid-beltway is where stuff starts to get fishy. Now, if you look, Route 3 stops at the mid-beltway. And 95 stops at the inner beltway, and so does 24. 24 stops at the inner beltway. So, this inner beltway was supposed to is called Route 128. But if you notice, it's not labeled as 128. It's labeled as 95. Now, like I said, this is where this starts to get fishy, okay? Starts to get really fishy. We go down here on the South Shore, you see 9395. So, this is Route 128, which was the Beltway, the Yankee Division Highway right there. See that? That's Route 128. But they wanted to make 95 go all the way into the city. 95 was supposed to basically follow the train tracks. If you see these train tracks right here, these train tracks right there, it was supposed to follow it. So 95 would have done something like this. Oop. It was supposed to follow the orange line all the way into Ruggles, and it was supposed to terminate right at Ruggles Station, right by Northeastern, right here. Okay? That's what 95 was supposed to do. Supposed to do that. That doesn't exist. Because they never made that stretch of road, T-Man, 95 goes around the city. 95 goes here, and 128 is also 95. You can always tell who's from out of town because they call 95 when it becomes 128. They call it 95, and locals call it 128, which is funny. So, 95 goes around the city, and then it splits back up here, and you can take 95 all the way to Canada. Conversely, if you go south from 95, you can take it all the way to Cape Canaveral, which is funny. This road, if I get on this road right here and just follow that road, it'll take me right to Titusville, Florida, which is funny. One road, single road, the whole way, which is pretty cool. So, 95 and 128 are now one road. Now, over here. This is 93 South. 93 South is the major highway that goes southbound out of Boston. 90 goes east, or goes west. It's the west-east road, but there's no east because there's water. So, you have 93. Okay, 93 North is okay. It connects right back in with 95 and 128, and then 93 will take you all the way to, you could take that all the way up to Manchester. Yeah, see? You could go, that's into New Hampshire. But that road's alright. It's okay to drive. It's not the best, but it's not the worst either. 93 basically goes through, it connects with 90, and then it turns, once you go south of 90, it turns to 93 South. Okay? 93, this road sucks. It sucks. It's always clogged. You could be there at 9:30 on a Sunday night and it'll be clogged. Traffic everywhere. The reason why is because you got a road like 95. If you want to get into Boston, this 95 takes a lot of the traffic from New York. You want to go up this road? You want to get into Boston? How are you going to get there? Are you going to go all the way up here to 90 and then go in? Or are you going to take a right off of 95 and then go on 93 South to get into the city? Spoiler alert, that's what everybody does. Also, a lot of commuter traffic goes up 24. 24 goes in, connects here. So now, at this for this stretch of road right here, for that stretch of road that goes around Blue Hills, the Blue Hills right here, it's a little small mountain range, 800 feet. It's not very tall. There are a set of hills right here. That's a park, right? This stretch of highway right here is not one road. It's not two road. It's not 3 roads. It's 4 roads all combined into one. It's 95, 128, 93, and Route 3. Yeah, that's 4 roads right there. Yep. This stretch of 95, 93, 128, Route 3 sucks. That sucks. That sucks to drive. It's horrible. It's horrible. You get people lane shifting like crazy. And for the cities players, this is really going to piss you off. Look at where the exit ramps for 24 are. Particularly right here and right there. Look at where those ramps are. Left hand on ramp. Oh boy. Oh, that's fun. Who made these decisions? I'll get into that in a second. Ah, yes, left exits. So, likes, you want to hear a good one? 93, 395 right here, where that interchange is really cool, actually, if you want to look. They have 3 roads that go over each other, and that was always my favorite thing growing up, because my dad is from Quincy, so I'm very familiar with this intersection. It's actually a really nice interchange. It's very, very high capacity. The problem is it's also connected with the Bergen Parkway. And then it's also connected with Granite Street. And that kind of... Let's just put 3 on-ramps right next to each other. Dude, the traffic on this stretch right here sucks. Because you got people coming off 24 that want to go on 93 South. And then you got people coming down 128 that are trying to get to Route 3 to go down to the Cape. So you have the most legendary lane shifting right here going on. You see people routinely just drift across 4 lanes. Look at the threshold entrance for Granite Street. Look at how short that on-ramp is, and then look at the distance here between lights. Look at the distance between there and there. 1,000 feet. If you get on the highway on Granite Street and you need to go to 93, you have 1,000 feet to go across 4 lanes. Oh, there's always traffic there, bros. Always. Yeah. Yeah, there is always traffic. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. And lots of accidents. Oh yeah. There's also that. How would you fix it? I'm getting to that, Maggie. So, you have 95, 93, 128, 24, and 3 kind of all one thing. On the South Shore, that's the big problem. That's huge. 95 doesn't go all the way into the city. Neither does 24 or 93. Well, 93 does. That's the only... 93... I said that wrong. 93 is the only way to get into the city from the South Shore. That's the only way. The only other way is to try and weasel your way through this whole nightmare and then get up to 90, which is where I used to live. Auburndale is more specifically where I used to live, so you could get in 90 that way. 90 flows just fine. There's really nothing wrong with the Mass Pike except for a couple of short exit ramps in Newton. Yeah, that's the only exit ramp for Newton Center, and it's really short, so traffic backs up onto the highway. That's really the big problem with the Mass Pike. Other than that, it's not too bad. So, how would I fix it? I talked about the outer beltway. I talked about the mid beltway, 128. You really want to fix this problem, this is how you fix this problem. And this is what they tried to do. Boston has no inner beltway. That's the issue. They tried to build one, and check this out. They tried to build one, and it would have started here on 93 South, and they started leveling the terrain for it. See, Mass Ave connector, this is Molina Cass Boulevard. They were going to build an elevated highway here, and they started clearing out the terrain for it. And they got to about here, Ruggles Station, which... If you guys remember, Ruggles Station was where 95 was supposed to connect in. Right? That's where it was supposed to connect. Molina Cass was supposed to connect with 95 here. And then the inner beltway was going to go through the Fens right here, past Fenway Park. And it was going to go up here and basically connect in with 90 right here at this big interchange. This is the main interchange for I-90 to get into Cambridge. That is a cluster in its own regard because you have Cambridge Street, and then you have Storrow Drive, and then you have 90. So the Beltway is supposed to go here, and then from there the Beltway would have gone north, out of here, past Harvard, through Cambridge, right? And then it was supposed to follow Washington Street. See Washington Street right there? It was supposed to follow Washington Street and come back and connect in right here. See that? That road would have been a road called 695. 695, if you look at all the unfinished roads, they all point to the imaginary areas where 695 was supposed to be. Route 3, Route 2. Route 2 almost made it. They stopped at the train station. See, Route 2 was supposed to go over here through Porter Square on Somerville Avenue and connect right there. And then the entirety of the city would have been one gigantic roundabout. And then 90 would have gone right to the center of the city. And then 93 South would have been your north-south road. Or 93 would have been your north-south road. Now, why didn't they build it? It got voted down. People didn't want it. Not in my backyard. That's the big one. Yep. That's the reason why our road system is so screwed up. Because NIMBY. The people voted it down. There was a huge effort. And once again, if they don't want to vote it down, it's fine. The people in Milton didn't want 95 going through, but they were fine with 93 going through their city. I don't know what that's about. Everyone in Cambridge back in the day voted this down. They basically said no. Everybody voted against it. The problem is this effort all happened after they voted for it. So people voted for it and then realized what was going on, and then they voted against it mid-construction, which is why you see roads just end randomly. The right-of-way of the highway just stops. That's as far as they got, and then they Band-Aid fixed it by making this type of interchange there. And like I said, Melina Cass Boulevard here on 93 South was built. They had the right-of-way for the highway already made. The right-of-way for the highway was already there. They already carved it out all the way to Ruggles Station when they said stop. 93 North, to this day, has ramps that lead to nothing. Go Wings! Ugh, gross. Get that crap off the screen. Yep. To this day, there are roads, there's ramps on 93 North that lead to nothing. That's exactly where the 695 terminus would have been, on both sides. See? There's roads that lead to nothing. It's so strange that you just spent 30 minutes explaining how highways and high-density city cores is unsustainable, but your solution is even more highways and elevated roads. I get you love infrastructure, but the only thing worse than highways and high-density downtown areas is parking. You got a better solution? If you have a better solution, I'm all ears. Fix the MBTA. You think that's a better solution? You think that's a better solution? No, that highway system isn't the end-all be-all fix to the problems. You got to make sure your trains work. And the interesting thing is, fellas, if you guys don't know Boston yet, the solution isn't just build more highways. That's never the total solution. That fixes the traffic problems, which was the basis of the question. The question was how would you fix the traffic problems? That's how I'd fix the traffic problems. That doesn't necessarily, I think you guys are reading too much into it. That doesn't necessarily mean that building more highways is always the end-all be-all solution. That's a tenable solution in this particular case. But the reason why they didn't do it is because they would have cleared out a bunch of houses. Now, that's funny, that's funny because, like, okay, so you think about it now. All right, it's building all those highways are going to clear out all the houses. And I know what's coming. I know the question's coming. It said, do you have a better solution? Oh, build more trains. What's that going to do? It's going to do the same thing. Now, the other thing to take into account, right? And I'm not saying we should or shouldn't do one thing or another. Remember, the basis of the question was, how do you fix the traffic problems? Boston has one of the best mass transit systems in North America. All right, you could say, oh, no, the MBTA sucks. Yes, it does suck. I get it. Does Los Angeles have a better transit system? Nope. I can think of several cities off the top of my hand that have a way better transit system than us. But still, we have mass transit. We have subways here. We have all kinds of trains. We have the commuter rail. We have the Orange Line. That one sucks. Red Line, Green Line, Blue Line. We have one of the most comprehensive mass transit systems in North America. I think second to like probably Chicago, New York, Montreal. It's not just, highways aren't the only solution, but neither is just trains either. Actually, DC has a pretty good one too. DC Metro is pretty good. San Francisco with BART is pretty good as well. I don't think BART is as comprehensive as our system though. Yeah, there's one of the most comprehensive railway systems here. I mean, it sucks, but whatever. It's still there. It's not, the solution isn't just more highways. You want to really fix the total problems here. Highways isn't the only thing. I want to make that very clear. You got to remember the context of the question was, how do you fix the traffic problems? Implying we're talking about only cars. You really want to fix traffic problems, you can alleviate it with trains. And we do have a good train system. The problem is that the trains catch on fire. Yeah. Trains catch on fire. There are a couple of cities that have better transit systems than us, but we have a very comprehensive one. Trains literally go everywhere. You could take the train anywhere. You could take the train to Worcester. The commuter rail goes all the way to Worcester. You could take the train all the way to Plymouth. You could take the train all the way to Manchester if you really want to. We have a light rail. We have heavy rail and we have light rail too. The real thing is that highways will do so much. Highways only do so much, but at the end of the day, a city that was designed in 1634 is not really good for modern transit systems. The only real way to fix this problem would be to bulldoze the entire city and start over. That's not... I don't think that's a good idea either. The 695 Inner Beltway will fix a lot... That could fix a lot of traffic problems, but it's never going to happen because you'd have to bulldoze. You'd be bulldozing and displacing an insane amount of population. Easily 50,000 residencies. Easily. To get that highway done. And I'm not really a fan of eminent domain either. I don't think you should displace houses, which is interesting because that's the reason why those highways got voted down by people is because when they went to build 90 and 93, they literally bulldozed entire neighborhoods to make this. All of Copley Plaza right here was a nice big neighborhood. They bulldozed the entire thing to build that highway. So the people were like, what? No, we don't want this. Yeah, there you go, Hellfish, yep. The Big Dig caused the negativity towards 695. The Big Dig did help problems, Kazkin, a lot. It really did. Yeah, no, it definitely helped. It helped alleviate some of the traffic problems, but this is what the guy who said that that first thing about sustainability in highways. Who says? All right, so the solution would be public transport like the rest of the world. Yeah, I had a feeling people would say that. Guys, I've always... Alright, so, once again, if you're the first time watching me, you gotta remember, I'm not just an advocate for cars, okay? If you really want to know, I champion every type of transportation system. That's my big thing. You have to use... It's not just trains, it's not just bike paths, it's not just walking, it's not just buses. You have to use everything. Use everything where it's most advantageous, right? So, highways would help with this. The best way to alleviate this would be with trains, right? I agree. I agree on that. Highways would help, but you got to remember the context of the question was fixing traffic. How would I fix traffic? Trains could do it, but that 695 inner beltway would really help. And I'm taking that, take that as somebody that's commuted into Boston many times. Yeah, the 695 beltway would alleviate the traffic, and it would alleviate congestion on 93. And then you basically turn the city into a giant roundabout, which would be really nice. But the most tenable way, the most sustainable way, isn't just championing cars, and it's not just championing bike paths. It's championing every single type of transportation. You know why? Because every city is different. The needs of a city like Boston is not the same as the needs of a city like Amsterdam, for instance. Totally different. Totally different needs, totally different transportation systems. In Amsterdam, you could ride your bike anywhere, no problem. You can't really do that in Boston. Could, suppose, and people do, but that's not really the best. That's not really the best way. You could take a train, and we do have trains. We have plenty of trains. But also, not everybody can take the train because the train only goes to certain destinations. So a decentralized form of transport like the car is applicable in certain areas. Right? But anybody here that lives in Amsterdam knows that having a car does not make sense. I've never been over there, but I've looked at the city design long enough to know that, yeah, having a car really doesn't make sense. Right? You need to champion every single type of transportation. You need to be able to have the options, because if you don't have the options, you're gonna confine yourself to one form of transportation, and then everything's gonna get screwed up. A good example would be Los Angeles. Los Angeles is built entirely around the automobile. Oops. Yeah, that didn't end well for them, did it? Just curious, have you seen a diverging diamond in person? Yes. Yeah, JDG. Yeah, I forget where though. What exactly is the objective of this game? Please enlighten me. It's a city building game. What about the American version of an Autobahn? Oh, I would love that, American. If it would be kind of cool to have like we have our federal highway system, right? So you have the federal highway system. It would be cool if you could get like a federal license and drive on federal roads and have no speed limit. Specially designed roads. You gotta remember, the U.S. National Highway System is based off of the Autobahn. It's based off of it. That would be kind of cool, but that doesn't solve all the problems. You need to do that, and a high-speed rail system to go along with these high-speed roads could be that's a pretty good idea. I think that's an idea that people could get behind. Trains are only one factor. A robust public transit system includes things like light rail, rapid bus transit, dedicated separated bike lanes. There's a reason that every other country does it better than we do. They actually invest in it. Yeah, there's no doubt. But see, the thing is, a lot of European cities are built around the railroads. Just like Los Angeles is built around the car. So of course it's easier for them to invest in it, rather than starting from scratch. A poignant thought. The reason why a lot of European cities are built around railroads and built around the train tracks is because that was the meaningful form of logistics transportation during the 18 and 1900s. That was the thing, the Industrial Revolution. You move everything by train and by barge, right? What happens when you're fighting each other? You can't move it by barge everywhere. There's not rivers that go into Central Europe. I mean, there is. I know there is. All the infrastructure in Europe is basically based on moving war supplies around. Yeah. And military defense spending from different countries over the years, World War I, World War II, built up the railroad system pretty hard. And that railroad system still existed. More railroad track was laid during World War II than like ever before. The Germans laid, oh gosh, I don't even know, like 5,000 kilometers of rail or something. Now that was, to be fair, that was re-railing Russian gauge because, yeah. But everything was moved by rail. Just something to think about. You know, it's easy for them to invest in rail because defense spending and the need to kill each other built out a gigantic railway system that's pretty damn usable to this day. The US is a little bit different. We didn't have stuff like that. Actually, funny story is that we standardized the railroad gauge during the Civil War. We standardized the Stevenson gauge during the Civil War so the Union could move stuff around the Confederates better. And the Confederates had terrible logistics with their railroads because they had different types of gauges around the South. True story. So, you got to remember, man, like, defense spending is what built their railroad network, just like defense spending built our highway network over here. It's easier for us to invest in a car. It's harder for us to invest in railroads. So you can't just sit there and kind of say, like, oh, they invest in rail, why don't we? Well, they kind of had the railways there from the start. Not from the start, but you understand what I'm saying? The difference is that they prioritize it. Yeah, Usix, you seem to be really, really hung up on the train system or everything. You know, they prioritize it. That's fine. In Dandies, we don't. Boston, a city like Boston doesn't. Yeah. Toon Titan, nice. Yeah, no. That is not what I'm saying at all, but yeah. I don't say, okay, let's get down to brass tacks. I'll just get into what I'm trying to say. The overarching point that I'm getting at is that, yes, we could benefit from a train system, but it's going to be harder for us to implement a train system, just like it's harder for the Europeans to put a big highway system in, right? It's going to be a lot more difficult to do something like that. I mean, and they had the benefit. I mean, unfortunately, I'm going to say this is a benefit. It's really not a benefit. They had to rebuild everything in 1945, so they could start with the railway systems, which the military is keeping those going, and then they could rebuild as they see fit. So they basically, you know, remember how I said, like, the best way would be to just get rid of it all and start over? They had the benefit of doing that about 170 years ago. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have that. I don't know if that's a benefit or not, but you get what I'm trying to say. You need to have the choice. Just because we look at Europe and see that they have a nice big train system, you know, I mean, we have a great train system, too. They nationalized it in the 70s, and that didn't end well. They had forced mergers between Penn and New York Central, and then they made Penn Central, and we don't talk about Penn Central. I've heard... Toon Titan, isn't that a video game or something? You know? Rebuilt and it's still bad. You know, the thing is that there's always going to be problems with cities, dudes. You know, but a European solution to a city is not necessarily the same solution for an American city. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we shouldn't go and build high-speed rail or anything. I think we should. A revamped superhighway system with like a federal license, unlimited speed limits with high-speed rail going through it, or a hyperloop or something. Yeah, I'm all for that. Sure, absolutely. Let's do it. But that might not be the most tenable solution in all different areas. You know, why go and build that when an airplane exists? The distances for the US are not the same distances that they have in Europe. We have a lot wider distance between different areas, right? There's a lot more space between our cities than in Europe, except for in New England. Like around here, the cities are about the same, and that's why trains make sense here. A lot of people don't know that the U.S. does have high-speed rail. The high-speed rail goes from Boston to Washington, D.C., in the areas that are built with similar construction to Europe. Interesting, right? We have high-speed rail. Just not very good, but that's another story. How do you know flying cars won't happen until energy is free? What? Free energy. Meanwhile, the U.S. just built more downtown core highways that just destroyed neighborhoods, lowered health outcomes, and has only increased the pace of that building. The Autobahn isn't very efficient. It has high maintenance costs, and the lack of speed limit increases emissions without a significant decrease in travel time. Combined with the privatization of the Deutschbahn wrecking our railroads, the Autobahn is now terribly over capacity. The mythos of the Autobahn ruined it. Interesting. Yeah, Novus, I know about the teleconference. We'll get to that during Space News. I want to read what you said again. Yes, they were built after World War II the same way. I'm not gonna say that you're wrong, dude. And you bring some pretty good points to the table. I'm not gonna say that you don't. But the thing is, it's really easy to say that doing that in hindsight was a bad idea. You know what I mean? We didn't know that building out city cores and building much bigger metropolises and building bigger highways was going to. We didn't know that it was going to do that. How could you have possibly known that? Like, in the 40s and the 50s, how could we have possibly known that championing the automobile could have sustainability problems? There's no way. There's no way we would have known that. It's really easy to point out this stuff in hindsight, And once again, I'm not saying that you're wrong. It's just, it's like, oh, the U.S. did this and everybody else was concerted effort. Yeah, because that was the needs for their city. But to sit here and say that the needs of U.S. cities in the 70s, they ignored it and they just kept building roads. Well, yeah, of course, because that's what they needed. That's what was needed. Like, people aren't stupid, man. Like, I don't know, man. I think that's a thing that you got to be careful with. It's the thing you got to be careful with it because, saying, oh, they were so stupid in the past. How stupid were they? How was it? Well, it's really easy to say it in hindsight, We didn't know it then, but we certainly know it now, and yet there's no change, and we continue to do it. Hence, me not really understanding your call for more highways in Boston. It's not an effective solution. Dude, do you live here? Do you live here? Just out of curiosity. You live in Seattle, you used to live in Philly. Oh, dude, Seattle's a train wreck. Now, it was like, I will say, with Seattle, you guys need more trains. Holy crap. What a cluster. The 5, man? Oh, my goodness. I'm with you on that one. Oh, boy. But, see, that's the thing, dude. I drive on these roads every day. And I know the transportation problems. And you can sit here and say that dumping money into trains, oh, we got to do that, we got to do that, we got to do that. Well, I don't disagree. They're dumping insane amounts of money into the Orange Line right now. They're dumping insane amount of money into the Orange Line because the Orange Line got so ridiculously bad because the system was overstressed that they never had time to maintain the trains or the tracks. They couldn't implement federal transit authority systems in time, and they couldn't upgrade the systems in time, and the trains ended up falling apart. You know, this is what I mean. You can sit there and you can say, oh, let's dump money into railroads, let's dump money into buses. Dude, like I said, Boston has one of the most comprehensive transit systems around. We have everything. There's everything here. Look at all the, there's even ferries. You could take the ferry from Provincetown to Boston. There's the Green Line, there's buses, there's the Orange Line, there's the commuter rail, there's Purple Line, Red Line, Blue Line.
Discovery. Go
We
with
even have
throttle up.
Silver Line, which is electrified buses, natural gas. We have walking paths, we have bikes, and there's still traffic problems. There's still the problem is the trains get so overcrowded that there's no way to maintain them. And you can sit here and you can say that, no, EJ, that's not what's going on. Well, guys, I'll be 100% honest with you. My uncle's a freaking electrical engineer that works for the MBTA. That's what he was telling me. The point is that you can have traffic problems with trains too. This isn't something that's just with cars. It happens all over the place. Based off of what I know, I don't think focusing on highways is the solution. The problem in the U.S. seems to be more the reliance on automobiles for local short distance travel. Yeah, Squid, once again, dude, it's a mistake that everybody makes, dude. And I'm not saying you guys are wrong. Like, I want all forms of transportation. I think that this is the most sustainable way to do things. Everything. Buses where it makes sense. Trains where it makes sense. Cars where it makes sense. Ferries where it makes sense. Ride bikes, bike lanes, bus lanes where it makes sense. It's all about application, right? Because every city has different needs. But so, Squid, like, dude, if it's one thing that I've learned about urban design, and any civil engineer will agree with me on this, that we can't. A problem that people have is that they look at Europe and they say our cities should be like that, and people in Europe look at the American cities and say, oh, our city should be like that. You can't look at an American city through the lens of a European city. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work like that. Every city has different needs. Every city has different problems. This is why every city has a different mayor. You know, the mayor of New York is not the mayor of Boston and vice versa. Every city has its own needs and problems. Every city has very, very different transportation needs. Now, don't get me wrong. I think one thing that kind of applies to all of them would be, you know, more trains, more buses, more different ways to do that, right? More different ways to move around. I'm not saying that that's the wrong solution, fellas. I'm just saying you can't look at a city like Boston and say conclusively that, oh, adding more highways isn't going to fix the problem. It's not just that I want more highways. I want more trains. I want more highways. There needs to be more infrastructure in general. I've always advocated for all forms of transportation. Because you can't just say the city should just use entirely trains, or the city should just be all walking paths, or the city should be all cars. None of that doesn't work. That's not a good thing. More baked beans. You know, it's hard to. I think it's very easy to sit there and be like, oh, you just need more trains and more buses and more bike paths is the solution. Well, a bike path doesn't have as much throughput as, like a 4-lane highway. Like, a 4-lane highway can move much more traffic. The flow rates on a 4-lane highway with automobiles is arguably way, way, way more than a bike lane. Even if you're moving the same amount of people. You know what I'm saying? A big part of the cultural shift that's needed. Local trips to school or store. Yeah, Wrecker, you guys have said that, but none of you guys live here. You don't know that. Because in a city like Boston, which is very similar to yours, yeah, I agree with you. More bike lanes, more trains, and more highways. More infrastructure is always better. You need to alleviate the traffic problem, but the solution isn't to just board up the highways and say, take the train. That doesn't work. What if you're a construction worker? What if you're doing construction in here? What if you're moving goods in here? You need highways, not just for public transport, but for moving freight as well. That's super freaking important. And don't get me wrong, we could move trains by freight, but here we are sitting here abandoning the dang freight yard that was in the city that we used to move supplies into the city, and now it's all trucks. I don't think that's a good idea, but we did it anyway, right? But fellas, all right, let me show you something, okay? Let's go out here. Let's get away from New England for a second. We'll go all the way out here. Let's go to a place. Let's go. How about we go to Veneta? All right, Veneta is where my truck fell apart. Okay, and Veneta's small. It's a pretty town. Very, very, very cool. It's on old Route 66, right? And then the highway is right next to it. I threw the tire over here somewhere. Actually, it was a little further up the road. Take something like Veneta. Okay. Anybody that lives here could ride their bike to the city center. Easy peasy. And they probably do. What happens if you live out here? What happens if this is your house? Now what? Now what? What, are you going to walk? That's a long way away. That's a long way. You're going to walk? You're going to ride your bike? What happens if you need to get to the Veneta stockyards because you're trading cattle? What do? You just herd your cattle sheepdog style all the way there? Well, those people know what they're signing up for. A horse? Use a horse. Oh, okay. You guys think horses have less greenhouse gas emissions than a car? Think about it. Noodle on that for a second. That is one of the few valid reasons. Well, Squidman, here, that's the thing, dude. You don't get to choose over here. You don't get to choose what's good for people. That's not how we do things over here. And that's what I mean. You got to be careful with this stuff. We don't work the same way that you do. You don't get to sit there and choose what's good for everybody else. We have a whole system that makes sure that that doesn't happen. See what I'm saying? You got to be careful. Everybody's needs are different. This is a big country with a lot of different demographics. That's something that's really important to understand. In this particular scenario, a car is the real only thing that makes sense if you want to not go back to the Stone Age here. But you got to remember, Veneta is just one city. There's millions of them out in the center of the country. Millions. That stretch from the Rocky Mountains all the way to the Mississippi River. This entire area is all like that. You can't build subway trains out here. You can't, light rail? Yeah, probably. Sure, why not? But that light rail out there is designed to move freight and cattle, which is what the principal export of this area is. And it's not just the United States. Saskatchewan and Alberta are the same way. And that's in Canada, a place that has a much more, social system than the United States does. See what I'm talking about, dudes? It's all about application. That's the most sustainable way forward because, dude, that's pretty much once you get out past the Mississippi, Squidman, there's nothing out there. Nothing out there. I know. I drove across it. There's nothing there. Trains probably would make sense, but there's a million small towns and villages out there. They're all over the place. We're literally talking about like 100 million people in the center of the country, and don't get me wrong. I'm saying in cities, yeah, we should build more trains and more bike lanes, but that's not an end all be all application, is it? See what I'm saying? It's about application, dudes, and that's something that's really hard to it's really hard to kind of wrap your mind around it. But guys, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but in some situations, a car or a truck just makes way more sense. And that actually is more efficient than building a train, right? Why hasn't any city got naturally big out there? Because it's farmland, Driados. It's all farmland. This is the breadbasket, dude. You have no idea how many people this feeds. It's not just the U.S. either. We export insane amounts of wheat, grain, all kinds of stuff. This area in the Midwestern part of the United States quite literally feeds a good portion of the world population. You can go look that up if you want. It's not bullcrap. They grow all kinds of stuff out here. Corn, soybeans, potatoes, actually up in Iowa, or not Iowa, Idaho, excuse me. Iowa's corn and pork, if you really want to know. Idaho, they grow all kinds of potatoes. Yeah, this, guys, that, see, that's what I mean, you know. You want to sit there and you want to make what they do less efficient? I don't think that's a good idea. That's our breadbasket, man. That feeds a good portion of the world. We got to be careful with this stuff. I say let them do their thing. You know what I'm saying? You probably don't want to mess with this. Washington grows more potatoes than Idaho, yet it's in the apple state. Curious, right? Yeah, that's weird. See what I'm saying? Guys, it's all about application. You have to understand that having this kind of overarching, well, I think that trains are the more sustainable way and frick everybody else. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That's not a good way to go about doing this. It's an engineering problem because we're talking logistics now, just like spaceflight. It's the same thing. We're talking logistics. And what do you do with logistics? You find the best possible application. Because you got to remember, in parts of the U.S., it isn't just moving people around. It's moving cattle. It's moving pigs, chickens. It's moving grain around. That's a totally different type of logistics system. And when I say to people, you know, oh, the U.S.'s railway system is really pretty much designed around freight. It's not really designed for people. People look at me funny, but when you sit here and you look at the map and you think about this for a second, that actually makes a lot of sense. We got to find a way to get this food to the coasts. The best way to do that is a train, right? Not a truck. No, not a truck. Some of the biggest freight yards in the world are out in the middle of the country. Cheyenne, for instance, we'll go to Cheyenne. Cheyenne has a gigantic freight yard. See? That's actually where Union Pacific's Heritage Fleet is. And then you go up to North Platte, Nebraska. Check that out. One of the biggest freight yards in the world. Bigger than anything in China, bigger than anything in Japan. North Platte is a gigantic freight yard. That's a huge terminus for the Union Pacific Railroad because look at all the freight. That's all the grain cars, all the coal cars, all the cattle cars, everything that comes from all these different parts of the middle part of the country. This is why our system is optimized around freight. I know it doesn't make sense because in Europe, you guys have freight, you have mixed use rail. And don't get me wrong, we do too on the coast. We have it, it's the same as you guys. But passenger rail service makes no sense out here. Cars are the way to move around. A decentralized system because you're out in the middle of nowhere. But for moving commodities around, a centralized system is what makes the most sense. And that was just a natural application of logistics. See what I mean? And don't get me wrong, guys. Some of you guys will be like, this guy's full of crap. I get it. That's cool. If you disagree, that's fine. I don't get upset people that disagree with me. That's fine. But the system found a natural evolution, and that natural evolution moved to freight. They don't move stuff by truck out there. I mean, they do to an extent, but the trucks go to the freight yards, you know? So that system actually ends up being more efficient than just designing an entire rail system to try and move all the grain around. You pick the most efficient application you pick the most efficient application of transportation, right? You know, you have a farm, and that farm has a truck, a combine harvester, right? Which is using a diesel motor, right? And that feeds into a grain car. That grain car goes into a truck. That truck goes to a train station. The train station moves the grain wherever it needs to go. That's the most efficient way to do that. Because there's no other good way to do that. Maybe an electric combine harvester in the future, but you'd need mass decentralized electrical power generation to do something like that, which is possible. Sure. Why not? We could do that. Absolutely. You know, like solar panels, wind turbines, and, you know, that's true. But here, check this out. Here, noodle on this one for a second. Let's go down here to Amarillo, Texas. Outside of Amarillo, Texas, one of the biggest wind farms in the world. It's out here. And it's built right into the farmland because that's what's sustainable. That's what makes sense. Decentralized power for the farms. Great idea. Check this out. Look at out there, the wind turbines go on for miles, man. It's unbelievable. Look at that. It's cool, right? See, I'm not for one type of application over another. I'm for wherever the application makes the most sense. Out on a farm, that's perfect. Are Mississippi and Missouri navigable by barges? Of course. What's the most northern port in the United States, Triados? Sault Ste. Marie in Michigan is pretty high up there. Look, if you look on the horizon over there, there's more wind turbines out there. I know, I drove down this road during Route 154. There's wind turbines for miles, man. They go on forever. See what I'm saying? It's all about application, dudes. It's what makes the most sense. That makes perfect sense here. But are wind turbines a good application for a city necessarily? Maybe. Depends on where it is. Would a city like Chicago benefit from wind turbines on every building? Abso-freaking-lutely, because it's not called the Windy City for no reason. But in a place like Boston, in a protected inner harbor, I mean, yeah, there's hills and stuff. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. Oh, yeah, Sim. Oh, I know. Dude, that's just one example. There's wind turbines all up in here. From St. Louis, and the barge game is nonstop, dude. Yeah, the Mississippi, the Missouri, Tennessee River, the Ohio River. Huge shipping lanes. Huge shipping lanes. What about solar? Solar could work too, sure. Go Bills. This guy. But yeah, we have inland ports here. That's part of the reason why Chicago and Detroit, Cleveland, Buffalo, Toronto, even Montreal and Quebec, all these cities are huge metropolis because they basically have a connection to the ocean. These are inland ports. Duluth, yeah, maybe not so much Thunder Bay, but you get the idea. Sault Ste. Marie is up here. That's on the northern part of Michigan. That's a pretty big port. Far inland. Look, see? Here we go. Look, this is on the Canadian side. That's coal. That's coal. Coal and gravel. A train ticket from Memphis to Chicago was $160 round trip. A plane ticket was $250. One takes 10 hours and is overnight. The other takes 2 hours. That's a problem if we want to make more trains. Agreed. And that's what I mean, Papa Bear, about... That's the other thing that I mean, dude. You do the application where it makes the most sense. Out here, trains are good for freight. High-speed rail here will never be able to match the airplane. Even in terms of efficiency, it'll never be able to match it because trains aren't very efficient over long distances. They're only really efficient when you can move like a 6-mile long freight train. That's when it starts to work. That's when it starts to make sense. And that was the natural conclusion because that's the best way to do it. You know, and sometimes even though the best way to do it might produce carbon emissions, right? That's the most efficient way. You know, and then if I want to take a trip from here to there, I'm going to fly. I'm not taking a train. That'd take a week. Even high-speed rail will take a couple of days. The plane takes 6 hours. You know what I'm saying? And again, I understand that planes do produce a lot more. Planes are a lot less efficient than a plane. Or that planes are a lot less efficient than a train. That's what I'm trying to say. But you get the idea. I get it. Planes have higher carbon emissions than a train does. Trains are very efficient at moving cargo over pretty good distances, right? But in this particular case, taking that train all the way across, and you know, you have to feed all the people on the train, blah 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 blah, and then the train has to stop, it has to be refueled, blah 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 blah. That actually ends up being a time inconvenience, and it doesn't make sense compared to an airplane. An airplane is way more efficient at moving people across. We know that because that's basically what we ended up doing. It's efficient because it's paying in time. You know what I mean? Thinking long term, as oil becomes less popular due to everybody switching to electric cars, blah 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 blah. How expensive is jet fuel going to get? Guys, you'd be off your gourd if you think everybody switching to an electric car is going to get rid of the oil industry. That ain't happening. We don't just take oil and put it in a piston engine, internal combustion engine, and burn it. Even though that's a pretty big application for it. That's not the only thing we do with that stuff. Anything that's plastic is petroleum based. Anything. I'd be much more concerned about that because, yeah, plastic is not as recyclable as one might think. That's why everybody wanted to get rid of plastic straws. You know, cars are just one facet of that problem if you think that's an issue. But plastics are not very sustainable because they're petroleum based. I'd much rather use the petroleum, if you really want my honest opinion, I'd much rather use that for cars. I would rather use that for cars than I would rather use glass bottles and wooden crates instead of plastic boxes and plastic hardware. You know what I mean? Now, don't get me wrong. There's some applications where, like a computer monitor, where making that out of wood really doesn't make sense. You know? Plastics are very recyclable, just not economical to do so. I think that oil is best used as an energy storage device, but that's just personal opinion, I suppose. Better question though. What effect on plastic, jet fuel, etc. will the demand decrease due to renewables have? Don't know. I don't know. Hey, Monoprop, just got here. Are you still troubleshooting your cities install? No, we're good. We're talking about this transportation systems. It's actually pretty cool. But I got the on-ramps built for this, which is pretty sweet. And what I eventually plan on doing is building another bridge. Right now, I don't want to pay for the upkeep on a second bridge, so we have these bridges aren't really designed for high-density traffic in general. So we have a good system set up over there. That's right, Alex. That's another thing you have to take into account. You don't get to choose what people want to do. I have the new DLC, Waz. Yep. Oh, that's good, Aqualux. I still would think, using glass bottles instead of plastic is probably more sustainable in the long run because glass is very recyclable as well. Just a thought. Just something to noodle on. Hydrogen-powered planes is the next step. Electric planes will need 80 years to reach the capabilities of the current tech. Yeah. Very good discussions today, guys. I like it. I like having these conversations. These are cool. It's fun. I enjoy it. Electric horses. Isn't that just a Tesla? Glass is also reusable. All you got to do is clean it. Yeah, there's also that demo. I mean, everybody wants reusable rockets. Why don't we just make reusable bottles? You don't have to worry about, like the plastic putting, what is it, like BPH or something? That doesn't happen with glass. Make rockets out of glass? I mean, you could. If the price is right. Yeah, Winter Scythe, I'm with you. But I also don't think in the same breath that it's wise to say that, oh, well, we'll just wait until fusion power happens and then we'll be good. I don't think that's the right way to look at that, dude. Right? Ask anyone in the 60s and 70s why glass bottles were not the greatest idea. Okay. Yeah, Alexa, yeah, there you go. Okay, so we got our ramps figured out. Now, we really got to figure out how we're going to reconfigure the highway. Oop, we have a little bit of an electrical problem over there. Go over here like this. Crank up the electrical budget. That little blackout right there. There we go. Demand is still in the nominal though, so we gotta give it a little bit more. Tire integrity was a serious issue. Interesting to think about. Mapoko, I had no oceans on my map, but my city got hit by a tsunami twice, like the entire city. What steps can you suggest about rebuilding your city and preventative measures? Oh, give the water a place to go, Mapoko. Yeah. Okay, so this is gonna sound kind of dumb, dude, but literally put your city higher than the tsunami. Okay, what do I mean by that? No, I don't mean that raise the entire city up so when the wave hits, it just bounces off. We tried doing that. It does work, but it's expensive in game. It costs you a couple million flurbos. No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I am talking about is... Okay, they do this with real highways, dude. Take a look. See the highway? Look at that, Mapoko. What can you tell me about that highway? It's crowned. See what I'm talking about? Roads do this in real life. They crown the roads. So the roads are built like this. And then they put ditches next to the roads. So if you do get a lot of water, the water has someplace to go. And that someplace to go is not on the road. Because you're not stopping a tidal wave. You ain't stopping a tidal wave. It's not happening. You could try, but trying to beat the ocean is like trying to say you can beat physics by flying by flapping your arms like this. That doesn't work that way. You're not going to stop hydraulic pressure, and you're not going to stop millions of tons of force of hydraulic pressure that a freaking wave has, right? So give the water a place to go. That's not your city. I know that sounds dumb. It's one of those things that you don't really realize, but doing small stuff like this everywhere in your city will make it so that if a tsunami wave eventually does hit, yeah, the tsunami wave's going to hit and it's going to suck. But your city can rebound very quickly because the water will drain away. You can mitigate it. You're never going to really stop it. You know what I mean? What if I flap really, really fast, though? Yeah, that might do it. Storm drain. Yeah, basically. Yeah, Mapoko, that really helps. And now, I don't know if this system is going to work, how I think it's going to work, but just dig a ditch. Give the water someplace to go. Remember, it's not... Look, cities flood. It happens. That happens. Cities get flooded all the time. All over the world. All over the world. The problem with that is standing water. Cities can flood. Your basement floods. You know, if you live in an area where it flooded, your basement's going to flood. Your basement's going to fill up with water, right? That happens. That happens to people all the time. It'll eventually drain, right? It'll go away. What if it doesn't drain? Then you've got big problems. Standing water is way worse for a city than just getting flooded. Cities get flooded. It happens. Take like Hurricane Katrina, for instance, which was terrible. That was a terrible thing. The levees broke, right? The levees broke because they were woefully under-equipped for a storm that big, and they weren't expecting the storm to get as big as it did because it hit warm water and the thing got freaking huge right before it hit Louisiana, right? Take something like Hurricane Katrina, levees didn't work, and that just dumped water all throughout the city. The whole lower 9th Ward in New Orleans was basically underwater. And that's bad. But the water had no place to go. It just kind of pooled there because it turns out when you build a city in a bowl surrounded by water, it doesn't work very well. I blame the French. Yeah, I blame the French for that one. You pieces of merde! How dare you build the city there? No, seriously. There's no place for the water to go. No place for the water to go. And that standing water is what caused so many problems. Because if you have people that are stranded, you literally can't get to them. You need a fire truck? No. Unless your fire truck can float, unless your ambulance or police car can float, you're pretty screwed. See what I'm talking about? Standing water, Mapoko, is what kills your city. It's not the flood. Floods happen. It's how you get rid of that water. That's the real important part. So dig ditches, build storm drains. Standing water is what kills you. I know about the cisterns underneath Tokyo, Aqualex. Yeah, really, really cool. Anyway, speaking of highways, let's connect this one in. Damn, EJ, last I checked, you have 40k, and now you have 80k. Has it been running this whole time? Yes. That's actually another lesson to be learned, J-Speed. Sometimes, the best thing that you can do for your city is nothing. Just let it do its thing. You don't need to overwater it, so to speak. This city is just fine. Now, I do need to worry about a slight influx problem. The reason why I need to worry about an influx problem is because I'm not expanding. If you're not expanding with your city's contracting. So let's expand a little bit and get rid of that influx. Or that deflux, I should say. See, the influx has gone down. Nice steady growth. Okay, we gotta fix this. You gotta get that slope tool out again. There we go. Where's the arcade district? What? Okay, so there's some things to think about here. So we're going to reroute that road. If we're going to reroute that road. We're now introducing industrial traffic onto this road. So we might want to think about another throughput right here. If that makes any sense. Now we're bringing a lot of traffic to this road, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just we're shifting. Now we're mixing residential traffic and industrial traffic here. There will definitely be more noise on this road. That's for sure. Just make sure it doesn't fall into the swamp. Oh, never, man. Can you designate a road just for industrial traffic? I could, or in this particular case, JDD, and this is part of what I mean about application. I could designate a road for industrial traffic. I could designate a no truck zone through the center of my city. Or I could give the trucks the best option to get to the industry. See what I mean? We know that putting the trucks down this road is going to cause nothing but problems. You're going to get huge traffic going down this road. There's going to be noise complaints because trucks are constantly moving in and out getting to my industrial sector, right? So let's think of another solution. What's another way to do this? Just go super expensive and make an underground tunnel? Do you think an underground tunnel is the best use of my money? We have plenty of space. Could make a tunnel if we really wanted to. See, this is what I mean, guys. I'm not... This is what I like to do. I'm not trying to get people to say that, like, oh, we should just have all cars. I try to get people to consider options when we have discussions about this stuff. Because there's applications here. Put train near the industry. Ah, Warrens. Buenos dias, amigo. See, I have a right-of-way reserved for a train because a train would be the best way to move freight in there. Am I right or am I right? But, unfortunately, this game makes it so you can't make trains until your city reaches 7,000 pop, and we're at 4,500. I left the right-of-way. The best way to do this would probably... Ooh. Please hold. Damn wind turbines are not really doing me any good. A ring around? Okay. Son, you're saying build a highway that goes all the way over here that goes to straight to the industrial sector. That could work. Sure. But what's stopping a truck to just go here? Now, we could say don't go there. We could say you can't go there and force the trucks out this way. All that's doing is hampering your industry. Now you're screwing your own business because now the trucks can't... They can't do the industry can't do its business as efficiently, right? Because now the trucks have to drive all the way out of their way just to get to the industrial district. So I don't think that's the best solution. I like the idea of a tunnel, but I don't think that's the best application here. A road by the shore. Bingo, Gala. I'm not saying I had that planned out already, but also, road by the shore. That would do it. Sure. A harbor. Another good idea. Can't make the harbors yet. See what I mean? This is what I'm thinking. This is what I say when I say like different applications. This is very important to understand. If you want to understand civil engineering and urban design, there's a reason why things are the way that they are. Okay? It's not, you know, it's not just because, oh, this is the way it is. Now, in the case of Boston, yeah, that was a bad idea. We probably shouldn't have done that way, but I digress. Things are implemented, and they're implemented in such a way for a very good reason. And it's important to understand those reasons, and it's more important to understand application. In this particular scenario, trucks are my only solution. And it would be best to give them a direct throughway to the industrial sector that connects in where these old bridges are that I don't want anymore. You also got to consider that your industrial trucks need to go to commercial zones. Bingo, Claude Boy. Yeah. See? Think about all this stuff when you make cities. Where are my trucks trying to go? What are they trying to do? They're not just exporting. They're moving to my commercial districts so they can supply them with goods. See? This is what you got to think about. It's not just that simple. This is what I mean. Highways make sense because if you're moving stuff by truck from a freight yard, you need the highways in your city to move around. Highways just aren't about moving people around. They're about moving goods, too. That's super important. It's very, very, very important to understand. And this is true in cities. This is very true in real life. So the first thing that we'll do is we'll try to bring this highway online. I invested a pretty damn big amount of money into this. So what we'll do, what I like to do when we're commissioning highways is activate one side of the highway before the other. Now in this particular scenario, activating the one that's called Wood Road, I think is the right way to do this. Point of fact, moving people was just the sales pitch for building the highways. Freight and military was the real point. Caveman, there's nothing wrong with using... I personally, people will disagree with me on this. I don't think there's anything wrong with building infrastructure in the name of national defense. Yeah, the Europeans did it with their railroads. That's why their railroads kick so much butt. We do it with highways. That's why our highway system is better than others. Right? Sad thing that there's no mixed-use development. You can get mods for it, Warns. Alright, so let's connect these roads in. Okay. And we'll connect one side of the highway first. Bring that up online. Now, the reason why I had it as a dirt road is because dirt roads are easier to maintain, and it's good to diagram out the right-of-way for your highway before you actually build it. I usually use footpaths. Oh, that cell didn't come out very good. Around a little bit. There's no freight trains. This game only uses trucks. What? Are you sure? Hammond, I've played this game a lot. I'm pretty sure that's not right. Does anybody know what's going on with the SpaceX launch? I don't really keep up with it. Which one hidden? They launch a lot, don't they? Jammin, I'm not trying to say that you're wrong, but didn't they make an entire DLC for this game that's centered around freight? I mean, if you mean I don't have freight trains right now, yeah, you're absolutely right, because whatever reason you don't get, you could build highways before trains in this game, which is kind of not, I don't really think that's right, but Warns, I have a way to get around the logistics. Hey, Geeson, what's up, man? That's a 7-month resub. Yeah, Steve, I personally hate it that you can build highways before you can make trains in this game. That makes no sense. Right? That's like, wait, did this world not industrial revolution like we industrial revolutioned? I'm confused. You can't serve industries directly with freight trains. Oh, Warrens. Guys, can I? Warrens, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Watch this. Warrens, dude, this will... I gotta show you, Epcot. I gotta show you. You will look at this and you'll be like, oh. Want, yo quiero, por favor. Watch this. Well, guys, we'll see if it loads. We'll see if it loads it. It probably won't, but... So, I put my theories about optimizing different transportation systems in cities to the test. Mira. I did save, JDG. I quick saved. Let's see if it loads. It should. There's not much DLC, or there's not much modded content on this. Oh, please. Please. Ah. All right. All right. Well, here. There's always screenshots. Give me 1 second. Dude, I did exactly what you're talking about. What I did was I separated out every single type of transportation system and made them run on a closed loop that didn't necessarily interfere with other transportation systems. We used a project that, believe it or not, Walt Disney came up with called Epcot. Epcot was supposed to be an entire city design. It was supposed to be an entire city design. And what I ended up doing is implementing that design in cities. Oh, back out. That's the old one. Do I not have any pictures of the new Epcot in here? Yeah, that's it. That's got to be it right there. There it is. Oh, but that doesn't have, man. Hold on. We'll give me 1 moment. Uh, where are ya? No, that was the old version. Nope. Hold on. It's got to be down here somewhere. Ignore that. There's the racetrack. Oh, there it is. My masterpiece. Nope, no TMP. Yeah. Yep. Traffic is separated from trains. Light rail in the form of monorail is separated from the traffic and the trains. And industry is separated completely. The industry is segmented out. The only time the industry ever connects is delivering goods to a centralized commercial zone. And if you look at the roads, there's 2 sets of highways. One of them is for industrial and the other one is for residential. This way champions trains, walking, cars, and trucks. This was an idea that Walt Disney had, believe it or not. This is my industrial sector. Each industrial sector has tunnels that go in, and there's a beltway that goes around the exterior of it. The beltway leads to the raw material processing plants here. Each one of these raw material processing plants has an input and an output. Think Factorio style. And then from there, raw materials come from a mass recycling center and some raw material input from over here. Here is the central roundabout,
Discovery,
and this
go
is
and
where
throttle
the
up.
industrial traffic and the residential traffic and commercial traffic that come in from the city, this is where they separate. They separate out. It's not very space efficient, though. That's not space efficient? Huh. That's my masterpiece, dude. I don't think I can build better. We didn't finish it. I gotta figure out a way to get this back. Moto, 10-month resub. Try the reload. Okay. It's my masterpiece, dude. I don't think I can make better than that. Oh yeah, we're gonna share that for Space News. So you should try loading it one more time. All right. Great build. Oh, Warren's, dude. Yeah, I wish you were around, dude. You would have loved it. We can, and don't get me wrong. If I can get it working, I'll go play it again. But yeah, this is. Oof. It's a monster of a city, man. It's one of my favorite things that I've ever done in this game. Oh. I save a lot. I'm a compulsive saver. Yes, it clogs up disk space. I understand that. Please don't judge me. Too much. Judged. Shut up, Zambo. No. Shut up. All right. Come on, baby. Come on. Please. You can do it. Yeah. There's some stuff that's missing. Yeah, didn't like it, dudes. Sorry. You have a mod list for it? Well, it started listing dependencies, serious, so I'm sure we could go back and figure it out. I backed up the mod folder, yeah. I have the mod folder backed up. We could just swap the thing out and it should work, but then again, it might not load it with the DLC. Cities might crash on startup. Those circular layouts look cool as heck, but they often feel a little bit too autocratic with their focus leading to one important centralized focus. I mean, Squidman, most cities are made that way. Berlin, it's a good example. Centered around the Brandenburg Gate. Well, not necessarily. It is a little bit more decentralized because of that whole East Germany, West Germany thing, but you get the idea. It was Rico. Rico was messing it up, jamming. Yeah, Moscow has round beltways, PY. Yeah, Moscow's pretty. It's not the worst city design I've seen. Whatever. We'll go back to what's the worst you've seen? My city is up there for the worst, Steve. Once again, define worst. Boston is definitely up there. But once again, you know, if we're defining it by traffic, for instance, LA has Boston beat. You know? Yeah. BY, everyone says that. Every Russian that I talk to says Moscow's a toilet and St. Petersburg is a lot nicer. Which is interesting to me. Is that the same kind of thing going on? How, like, Americans say, DC is okay, but New York's a much better city? Like, kind of like that? Like, is it the same thing going on there? No, St. Petersburg sucks even more. Okay, alright. Alright, my next question is, what's a good city? Is there a good one? No, a good city in Eastern Europe. Your mom's a good city. Damn, dude. Didn't have to kill me like that. You are a good city. Ah, thanks, man. Chernobyl? Pripyat? Yeah, pretty good planned city design. Jack, something happened though that made it not a good planned city design. England is my city. Nice. I don't know. Damn, man. That's messed up. Magnitogorsk? Didn't they have, like, problems with people getting sick? Because it turns out when you build housing blocks next to, like, a steel mill, it doesn't really end well. Let's go, Blues. Ugh. 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 Does Riga count as Eastern Europe? Yeah. Alright. We gotta set this up as a temp road here. I don't know how we're gonna do it, though. How are we going to connect this? I need to connect it in basically right here. I want the road to go here, but I can't do that without getting rid of the only artery into my city right now. What are your thoughts on the highway spaghetti in Houston? No doubt you know exactly what you're talking about. The design is fine, GrabShark. Yeah, I think those designs are what's needed for that type of city. The problem is that building a bigger highway isn't always your solution. Because just because your city has more population doesn't necessarily mean that building a bigger highway is the better idea. LA is a good example of this. Anybody here that lives in Los Angeles County or Orange County or the Valley or wherever will tell me that traffic in Los Angeles is terrible. I've driven in Los Angeles traffic. I've driven on the 405 in rush hour. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea, but we did it. Is it because LA's highway system sucks? No. I don't think LA's highway system sucks at all. I think it's one of the best highway systems in the country, if you really want to know. Problem is, there's too many people. Building a bigger highway isn't necessarily going to solve that problem, but LA's highway system is pretty dang good. If there's no one on the roads, you could get from Santa Monica to downtown in about 30 minutes. That's a long way for 30 minutes. It's not the worst, there's just way too many people. Make a tunnel? You could. In Berlin, that architectural focus, like a lot in European capitals, was created during a time of monarchy. It's cool, artistically speaking, but it can seem hypocritical if I built a democracy without focusing on it. Berlin does this well with the Bundestag. Yeah? Yeah, Squidman, I understand what you're saying, yeah. Tunnels seem like a bad idea in a high earthquake area. Well, unnoticed, you know, the weird part is, as long as you're not building through a fault line, you're pretty okay. And there can be sub-faults, but the San Andreas Fault doesn't go directly through Los Angeles. It actually goes north of kind of northeast of Los Angeles. That's where the fault line is. Yeah, tunnels should be okay. Once again, as long as you don't build through a fault line, you should be okay. But there are fault lines that we don't know about. That's geology, man. New fault lines can form. We're on a giant crust that's floating on a huge mantle of iron ore. Molten iron. So cracks can emerge. It happens. Ah, yes, Spoon, there you go. Tunnels are actually pretty good at withstanding seismic activity because the dirt can hold the tunnel together. I'm not surprised Florida hasn't had any earthquakes yet. Florida isn't near a fault line. Well, it kind of is near a fault line, T-Man. It's near the Caribbean fault line, but that's much more like down in the islands and stuff. Yeah, Vendetta, we could do that. I think we can find a better solution, though. We also got to figure out a way to get the inland highway here. And we have to go around a water pumping mechanism as well. Jeez, it didn't like that for a second. Alright, so that solves that problem. So that's the first thing that we'll do. Let's go back up here. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. That works. Okay, so now what we should do is be able to get rid of that road, and now traffic should immediately repath onto the new roads. And it did. Yep, there we go. Ah, got a nice drive on our new road. Across the drainage bridge. Very nice. Oh, yeah. Those ramps that we made look really good. This looks great. Excellent. And look, traffic is already starting to use that. Because that's the only way. Alright, so we've eliminated one of the ramps. Gotta eliminate all of the ramps. Alright, so we have a way here. This traffic can get out that way, if they want to. And that over here, right here, is redundant to that ramp. So we could actually probably get rid of that ramp entirely. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, they could just use that. Yeah. So we can... Get away, donut truck. There we go. Alright, so that got rid of two of the ramps. Well, one, technically. And their cars now the only cars that are coming down the gray highway here. Nice. are the ones that are trying to go that way. Now we have a ramp that goes all the way over here. How do we replace this ramp? How do we replace that ramp? That with this connection here. How are we going to do that? We could, for the most part, just divert this road. The Campbell Highway, we can just make it go that way. Okay, so we have a diverter road right here. Sometimes you just got to mess with the cells and make sure that they're all lined up. Sometimes if this stuff doesn't align correctly, the game really gets mad at you. Alright, so I made the diverter road here, and now we're gonna... Okay, that's temporary. Thompson Highway right here, just temporary. So what we're gonna do is I'm going to start cutting all traffic onto that road by doing that. That guy got really confused. Okay. That seems to be working. All traffic is flowing onto that highway. Then over here... Yep. Over here, I made it a single lane. We're going to widen this out. Right? And then once the traffic clears out of this road, the last traffic going down the old highway is that truck right there, the bug spray van. Yeah, Aqualex, I think I got this. I think I got the logic behind this figured out. Okay, so now if we check our pathing tool, there should be nothing pathing on this road. All the pathing should be going down there and down that road. Perfect. So we can... downgrade the highway. I leave it as dirt roads. I think it's cool to leave the old highway right a ways there. Now we're going to take this. I know this is kind of strange to do. There we go. Yeah. All right, so now we've successfully diverted the highway, and our new highway, the Roy Munson Highway. Oop. It's operational. That thing's operational. Death Star. Cool. Now, because that's connected right here, now what we can do is make another temp road. Yeah, I used a little bit of anarchy in there. Cool. Hey, Rocket Guy, what's going on? Alright, so over here, it should make it so we can easily divert this road by just putting a quick slope in here. We'll convert up the rest of the highway here. Gotta mess with some of the cells. That cell didn't come in right at all. Reverse that. Strike that. Reverse it. And now, do... Alright, well, the AI was not taking to that very well, so... Oh, jeez! Oh, gosh! Oh, I'm sorry! Man! You think he's gonna be okay?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Those poor people. I'm sorry, I didn't do it. Wasn't me. But they caught me bulldozing roads. Wasn't me. You even caused a traffic jam. Wasn't me. It's not me. It's not me. Just needed to shore that up a little bit. Alright. Is this flowing both sides of traffic? Alright. I.e., are both sides of traffic hooked up? They are. Alright. So... now what we're gonna do is dump that. Get rid of that. And then get rid of this one. Don't need that no more. And dump that. Are you trying to make them drunk? No. Maybe. No. And then there we go. Bye-bye. And then 3, 2, 1, fire in the hole! Fire in the hole. There we go. Now we can make the new right of way for the highway right through here. The bridge is falling. Wait, what? Gotta drop a quick save. Yeah, I mean, Fergs, that would be a little confusing. I'm not gonna lie to you. That people would get a little like, why did it do that?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Metco, what's up, man? How you doing? Get rid of our temp road. And then we will do the same thing. That road is a little backwards, huh? We should probably make it do. And then dump that. Those people are like, oh my god, the road's gone! Come on. Come on, truck. There we go. I'm giving new meaning to the term lane shift. All right, new highway is up and running. How's this looking? Very nice. Beautiful. I can't wait for the point in time where we start utilizing 3D printing tech to build and reconstruct highways. That's basically what a paving machine does, JSTN? Or are you just trying to make them drunk? No, you're trying to make them drunk, T-Man. Puffin, you were speaking to Giant Waffle in chat yesterday, and he said you're crazy doing the thing you do in vanilla KSP. He also wondered why you haven't been playing KSP for a while. I advise you told him you were taking a wee break from it. Yeah. Yeah, Puffin, Waffle's a good buddy of mine. Like, we don't... Like, I mean, he's a little ways away from me, so it's not like I go and hang over at his house. But yeah, no, Waffle's cool. I like that guy. When Starship launched, what up, Grack? Econ Grack? Yeah, Giant Waffle's a great streamer, dude. He does a lot. Liam, he does a lot to put STEM stuff forward, like to promote STEM stuff. Like, he plays a lot of STEM games. We play a lot of the same video games. And yes, I am crazy for trying to do that. Yes, oh, absolutely. I'm not denying that. Oh yeah, no, building stock launch pads in KSP is absolutely bananas. Nice folded trumpet. Thank you, sir. Making people drunk is the reference to the Irish conversation we had earlier. I mean, it's nighttime over there. It's still the afternoon for me. I wish I were drunk. What's up, Greg? How you doing, man? He's playing Construction Simulator today. Cool. Liam, tell him I said hi. Why don't we start using 3D printers to build skyscrapers? They're working on it, JSTN. People are trying to figure out ways to do that. That road probably doesn't need to be as high, so we're just going to earthquake it up here a little bit. Go. Watch, ready? Don't mind me, Mr. Milk Truck. I'm just a curious little rhino. And imagine the 3D printer you'd have to build to make a skyscraper-sized 3D print. Well, Pace, I actually got a question. If you were going to 3D print a scale model of a skyscraper, how would you do it? How would you do it? Say you had an Ender 3, and you wanted to build a skyscraper out of PLA that's 8 feet tall. How would you do it? You'd have to print prefabricated segments, and then lift them up and stack them on top of each other. You don't need to build a 3D printer that builds with the building, even though that is kind of cool. That would be kind of neat, but... No, we're not building segments. Oh, okay, whatever. We're building the whole thing! Oh, alright. Old man, you want a piece of me? Oh, I don't want a piece of you. I want the whole thing! The price is wrong, Geeby. The price is wrong, Bobby. Is repair and maintenance. I like the way we build skyscrapers. Steel and concrete, man. I'll take steel and concrete. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Right? Okay, so now let's look at the traffic problems. Huh, actually, that's not too bad. Really, that's not the worst. Can we actually afford our oil power plant? Oh, we can. Alright. Blame Yarg? Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't we? How about a 3D printed power plant? Are you just saying things and putting, how about we 3D print in front of it? Do you really want to 3D print a power plant, or are you just saying that because you saw it? Oil? Roger said anything about oil. You cook it? Oil? What? Can we 3D print Yarg? I don't know. Yes? You wouldn't download and 3D print a Yarg, would you? Don't answer that. You wouldn't download a house. Yarg, what are you up to? Increase the taxes, maybe? Why? Why, Seven? We're floating a big surplus here. More money equals more better? Yeah, you're not kidding, but that's not how I run my city. Seven, you know what's interesting, dude? And this comes down to how you play the game. I keep my taxes low. Taxes low keeps RCI high, so your city can keep expanding. There's always demand to move into the city because the taxes are low. That happens in real life a lot, actually. What's RCI? RCI is your demand. Residential, commercial, and industrial. Your demand for certain types of buildings in your city. You could run high taxes, Havix, but yeah. High taxes can be used to make like public infrastructure, but I keep the taxes low and float. You float high. We're always in the positive. That's what I'm trying to say. And the RCI always stays high. Even right now, more people want to move into the city. Good economic skills. That's right, Greg. Yeah. Yeah, of course, man. Yeah, you can speak to this, dude. I keep the taxes low, so incentive to move in is high. That way the city can expand at a nice even pace. In controlling the rate, Greg, I find that in the game, if you control the rate of influx, so the rate that people move into the city, if it's growing at a nice, healthy rate, you can successfully scale your public infrastructure systems with your influx. I.e., if you get a lot of people that move into the city all at once, right? You get a lot of people that move into the city all at once, you're going to have to drastically expand your infrastructure. And the only way to do that is to really increase taxes, because you're not going to have a lot of money to expand like crazy like that. That costs a lot of money. You could just, anybody can just scale a bunch of residential and a bunch of people can move in. Those people need a school to go to. Those people need a police station. They need a fire station. They need health care. They need death care. They need power. They need water. If you control the rate of influx and keep it going at a nice steady rate, i.e. your city grows at a nice, slow, and steady pace, you can successfully scale your infrastructure systems to go with it. So, i.e. expand a little bit, increase the education budget, increase the water budget, increase the electrical budget. You can keep track and you can scale the systems correlatively to your rate of influx. That way your city ends up never having like crazy traffic problems, for instance. What's your tax rate? Sorry if I missed it. I keep the taxes low to keep incentive high to move in. That way there's always demand to go into my city. No, natural disasters are on, Shirash, yep. The price is right, Fergie. Lunfrog, what's your last, buddy? Save the date? Oh, yeah, B21, yeah. How about a panel house? Yeah, that's kind of cool, I guess. Classic Laffer curve. Finding the optimal tax rate to maximize revenues can be tricky. Too high or too low can bite you. That's called a Laffer curve. That's some economic principle that I have no idea about, but that's cool to put a name to it. Have you picked a spot to put the airport? Every time I commit to building an airport, Spoon, I always end up not playing the game. I don't know why that happens. You notice that? That's strange. I have not committed to the airport. F1 is coming to Las Vegas. Yep. About a year from now. Yeah, you want to keep the RCI up. And don't get me wrong, if your taxes are too low, your demand's going to go too high. Lowering taxes isn't the end-all, be-all solution. Now, Greg, maybe you can speak to this, dude. There's a time, we tend to think that taxes is something that's, just lower taxes. Lower taxes is better all the time. That way your economy grows. Or, higher taxes is better. You know, higher taxes is better so you can get more money for public infrastructure. What I find is that there is a nominal range there. It's not just lowering or raising taxes. It's an applicative thing. Taxes are correlative to a bunch of other things. Now, you know, personally, I like the lower taxes thing. I mean, in real life, that'd be nice, right? You know, I like the lower taxes thing because it keeps your city growing. And keeping your city growing and diversifying the different type of exports that your city has, i.e. not putting all your eggs in one basket, can really make your city pretty dang recession-proof. Meaning, like, if you look at a city like Detroit, Detroit's known for the automobile. You look at a city like Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh was known for steel exports. Now, don't get me wrong, Pittsburgh steel was the best in the world. Detroit, for a time, made the best cars in the world. I mean, that's kind of... I still think they do, but that's... it's personal preference, right? You know, you can't put all your eggs in one basket like that. You have to have a nice... Your city has to have a nice, healthy portfolio: residential, commercial, industrial, different types of industry, farming, agriculture. That's the best way to hedge your city against a recession. Yeah, Tessa, right? Yeah, maybe, Liam. Adjusting the change is the key. Bingo, Squid. It's not just lower, and it's not just higher either. You have to adjust. It has to be correlative. Right now, I want my city to grow at a nice, steady rate. See? Nice and steady. Now, we went down a little bit because I was building the bridge, but it'll go nice and steady. 100% tax rate is revenue zero. Same for 0% tax rate. Dropping the tax rate from 80% to 30% will probably increase revenue. Dropping it from 10 to 2% will also decrease revenue. Yeah. Gotta find that nominal range, and you gotta adjust. The city's always changing. The city's always evolving. That's the right move. At least in cities, Greg. I don't know if that's true for real life. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Cities, if cities is what I think it is, it demonstrates the concepts, but just because you're good at doing cities good at playing cities doesn't mean you could go be a mayor. I mean, maybe, who knows? Right now, I want my city to grow, so it favors that lower tax rate. I mean, don't get me wrong, I could probably increase it, but look, we're making money hand over fist. We're plus 1,600 off of a city of 4,300. We're growing 69,496. Yeah. Nice. We're making money hand over fist here for a city that's this correlative size. We're making insane amounts of cash. So, except in real life, you never see cities drop tax rates. Yeah, I know, Yard, because... Yeah, I mean, I have a personal theory about that, but yeah, the personal theory is that, you know, we need to increase taxes because there's more people here, you know, like, you know, if we increase taxes for more people here, we can get more money for more public infrastructure. Well, I don't think that's necessarily the end-all be-all. Just like lowering taxes all the time isn't an end-all be-all. It's somewhere in between. You're not. It's not one way or the other. You're a steward. You're a steward of your city here. You have to find the balance, and it's your job to balance everything out. You know. But yeah, I know what you mean. The directly relevant theory to this discussion is called the Laffer curve. Yeah, Greg was just telling me about that. Interesting. And if I'm looking at the... Hey, All Systems, what's up, man? Big 5'9". Hope everything is well with good with me. Dude, I can't complain. Now, to be like, it works in KSP. Mayors be like, it works in Skylines. It's good. Interesting. My guess is that we're somewhere over here. We could probably put the taxes up and make way more money. The county here lowered property taxes a few years ago at the same time. They also reassessed the property values. Even though they lowered the rate, the values went up and so did our taxes. Yeah. Interesting. The basic representation of a Laffer curve, plotting government revenue against the tax rate and showing the maximum tax rate of revenue at T star. Asymmetric Laffer curve with a maximum revenue point at around 70% tax rate is estimated by Trabant and Uchlig. Yeah, there's a huge fall off after this. Interesting. Interesting. T represents the rate of taxation at which maximum revenue is gained. The gray curve is drawn by Laffer, however. The curve might not only have a single peak, nor must it peak symmetrically at 50%. Okay, so yeah, tax rate and government revenue are inversely correlative, right? And that the Laffer curve is an average between revenue and the tax rate inverse correlation. Am I understanding that correctly? I think I got that right. Cool. Interesting stuff to study. We could test it in cities if we want to. Pretty much, you know? One of the IRL issues, once a government has a revenue stream, they don't want to give it up. Well, yeah, I personally think that's a really stupid way of looking at it. Yeah, you don't want to give up a revenue stream, not entirely realizing that you're going to gain new revenue streams by lowering taxes, by expanding your city. But then again, expanding a city isn't the end-all be-all solution. It's all about application at the right period, in the right period of time. Like, that's really important to understand. And that's what I mean about transportation systems. That's another important thing to really, like, wrap your head around. You know, it's not just all trains all the time. It's not just all cars all the time. Both of those systems are bad. You have to find somewhere in the balance. There's a Laffer curve, seriously. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody plotted out something like a Laffer curve for transportation and logistics systems for a city. Since, you know, public transport is correlated to tax rate, right? I'm sure somebody has compounded this somewhere. Yeah, Havoc's interesting. What do you use for your green screen, and do you need any special software? I use OBS, Clayton, and it's literally just Amazon green screen. That's it. Yeah, kitten. Mm-hmm. All right, how's our new system? Is working quite well. Yeah, new highway's working really well. Seems to be working well. The traffic going through the downtown area is not as high as I thought it would be. Wait a minute. Why are trucks banging a Yui right there? Is it because of the fire? It's because of the fire. Okay. Yakisoba, not the noodles! Oh, okay. It was because of the fire. Alright, good to know. No, kitten. I don't think so. That coal power plant right there is doing as much as it possibly can. These two are really cranking into overdrive. Okay, here's what I want. When did traffic start to detour for fires? That was my question, but I'm not 100% sure when that happened. Okay. Plenty of room for a nice golf course there, just saying. Greg, I was going to put a little bit of equity into my city, if you understand what I'm saying here. Put a little equity into the city, I mean. Okay, 237 megawatts. So, could put these back down here. Where's our electrical going to end up at? Oh, underproducing at that point. So, set this right back to 100, right there. 216. And we can shut down the coal power plants, get rid of them. Reconnect there, get rid of that. And we should be able to go in here into like footpaths and, or fences and stuff. There we go. Do we have a nice fence? Ore industry fence, oil industry fence. Yeah, there we go. I wonder if we still have, like, brushes here. Like what we used to have. No. 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 Time to get rid of the wind turbines and build a nice park? Yeah, pretty much. Bye-bye. Alright, so where's our electrical power now? 120. Perfect. Perfect. Oil is 1920 a week. These were 560. And those have a 40 megawatt output, and the oil is 120. So for the same price, guys, for the same price of 2 coal power plants and 2 wind turbines, which is 560 upkeep a week, so times that by 2, so that's, what, 1,120? Plus the 2 wind turbines, 80 give or take. So what? 1280 bucks a week. Maintenance fee. We have that oil power plant, which is 1920. Yeah, 1280. Wait a minute. What's that thing's maximum output? Wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. This thing should be able to produce more. 80 megawatts. 0 to 8. Yeah, the oil is more efficient in this application in terms of cost. Yeah, way more efficient. Because these things are, the maintenance is not as much, but all of those things only produce 40 and 40, so that's 80. 96 versus, 120 for the same, for 120 for a little bit more. It's actually correlated. Interesting. That's a correlated price. That's interesting. Yeah, the coal is actually a little bit more efficient in that regard. Yeah, interesting. Whatever. This is about to become a little bit better for us. The wind doesn't require the delivery of coal, but actually wind for the maintenance cost doesn't really... It has to be really windy. Yeah, interesting. I thought that building the oil plant out would be better, but wind direction around the oil plant. It's actually pretty windy right there. We could put a wind turbine here as a backup. Wouldn't mind doing that. It's just wind turbines next to power lines might not be the worst, or might not be the best idea. What map are you playing on? It's one of the new maps to dump. I forget what it's called. It's one of the new maps, though. I don't need that wind turbine. Wasted money doing that. Yeah, Plazas and Promenades had that map pack illness, yeah. Sorry, that worked. Now that's nicer. No, there's a separate map pack DLC. I don't know. Cape Apple is this map, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, see, look at that. We got a nice new interchange over here. That looks great. Here, let's see that Laffer curve. Let's see if we can put that to the test. Let's move these up to 6. RCI is still strong there. Let's leave that at 6 for a little while and see what it does. Oh wow, it bounced to 1,000. See that? Do they have separate wind and ground pollution? Yeah. Ground and water. Oh. Water pollution will be discolored. You'll know it when you see it. Yeah, drinking water pollution, ground pollution. See what I'm saying? No, I don't think so, JDG. You think you'll ever replace the bridge that you took out? Maybe. The whole reason why I relocated the highway from this to that is so I could give the train a spot to cross over the highway and go into the city. For what it's worth, fellas. What is your keyboard shortcut for or mapping for swapping the direction? Just hit up the upgrade tool, poop, and then just click. Hey, Noctis, what's going on? There's a man at the door that wants to sing you a song about a monorail? Oh boy. Let me look around. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. Okay. How far can we expand? Oh, wow. Yeah, we can go all the way over
Discovery,
there.
go at throttle up.
Hey, DIA, 56 month resub. It's time for a smoke break. Yep. Yup. It is indeed. We should buy that square. But I'm trying to think, where do I want farms? Where do I want farms? I think I'm going to put farms like over here. And then I think I want the city to be. No mod for the full 47? I mean, we could. Nah, it's all good, man. Check the ore and oil. Oil? Who said anything about oil? You cooking? Oil? There's oil over there. Definitely oil over there. A lot of farmland, though. This looks like York. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Mars Twitchers. M-A-R-S. Red Rocks. You. Huh. Where do I really want to put, like, heavy industry, you know? I'm thinking down here. But that seems like it's open to tsunamis. So I'm thinking the heavy industry would be on the inside of the port here. I want to build a couple of ports. Make this big shipping industry here. So I was going to say we could expand across the river. But that requires me to build another highway over there. You know what? That's a problem for another day. We finished the bridge building. Our new bridge interchange looks very nice. Maybe that top left corner near the bridge. Up there? Yeah. I'm thinking right here might be good, but unfortunately right there is where all the nice farmland is, man. Which is why I think maybe we could do farming over here, but over here where this farmland is, there's freaking oil. But then again, drilling for oil in this game is a waste of time. Refining oil is where it's at. Literally import crude and refine it. That's where the money is. Hey, Decline. Dude, long time no see. How are you? How do you refine it, though? With refineries? The lake on the left looks prime for a nuclear power plant. Yeah. Anyway, guys, there's so much space news. I want to sit here and keep playing cities, but we could play again maybe more tomorrow or something. Yeah, the Industries DLC, unnoticed. Get Industries. Get it? Get the Industries DLC, refine oil. You'll become a bajillionaire overnight. And then you could just play as you see fit. Working hard, you started your own business. That's cool, man. Congratulations. Alright, dudes. I'm going to take 5 here. And United States of Space. Let's focus on space.